Welcome to this free Adobe XD Beginners course. During this fully comprehensive 5-hour tutorial, you will be learning all the tools and basics of Adobe XD. If you'd like to know everything about using the software like a pro, get access to the full course by clicking the link in the description box down below. Now, let's get started.
Hello and welcome to the Adobe XD Mega Course. You will be learning the features of Adobe XD as well as unraveling several user interface principles which will turn you from a beginner into an expert in no time. This course will give you a head start on how to perceive and prioritize user experience, all while designing an interface that promotes the purpose of the application or website you're creating. This course is going to be fun, smooth, and informative, especially if you're interested in understanding users' behavior and usage of technologies nowadays. Just a note before we get into this course's details though, there are no specific requirements for you to be able to take this course other than having a laptop or a PC to work on, and of course, a positive mindset. The things you will be learning in this course include the overall complete usage of Adobe XD. This includes a lot of features such as drafting, designing, prototyping, and much more. If anything explained in the course needs more clarification, please do not hesitate to start a discussion in the course so I or any of your fellow learners can help you create the best versions of projects you can come out with. Asking questions and having discussions regarding user interface and user experience is extremely encouraged. Questions can be exceptionally useful, not only for you, but for the other learners as well. If you don't have any questions but want to let us know how we're doing, you can also leave a review in order to improve the course for yourself as well as for others in the future. So, without further ado, let's get started. Like I've just mentioned, this course covers the complete usage and functions of Adobe XD. And if you don't have any idea on what Adobe XD is, you should have a more clear idea by the end of this chapter. Let's firstly get into understanding the concept of user experience, or UX in short. User experience designs are a little different than just straight up website or application design. In fact, it gets us to dive into the customer's world and understand their needs and pain points. When figuring out your target audience, you should consider working on different points, such as building a concept, brainstorming, and gathering information. In this step, you need to understand how you want to approach your application or how you want to plan the people who are going to view your website. This is done by forming a specific audience for you to target, and from there you would start planning your concept. Say for example, you want to plan a news website. You start creating the concept. For example, you would go like, I'm gonna build a news website for adults, people who need straightforwardness and nothing that will get them lost in the website. And from there you get a more concrete concept. So for example, people really need more news about celebrities that are not heard about anymore. That's what adults would want to hear about. So maybe I can create a website that is based on celebrities that were famous amongst adults from nowadays' age. Such example can help you have a concept on how you want to create your website in order to move to the next step, which is creating a user flow. So after you've created your target audience, we start creating our user flows, which navigates how a user is likely to use a product in our assumed scenarios. So, like I've mentioned in the example earlier, I have an adult who is interested in using this news website. I would start by maybe having the adult open the home page and then slowly go to someone famous, like, for example, Frank Sinatra. And then from there, for example, he would read his articles, watch his videos, stuff like that. And from there, we would kind of assume how the user would go through the website. So when creating a user flow, we're looking at the movement of the user throughout the website. Let's say, for example, it's a man who used to listen to a lot of classicals in his times. So, in the time where he was a teenager. So, he would start by looking at this person, choosing him amongst the list of celebrities that are available in the web page. And from there, we would assume, for example, that he reads an article about his death, or he reads an article about how he struggled with something, or about a concert that he had, and so on and so forth. So from there, we're creating a user flow. We assume that this man will choose Frank Sinatra, and from there, he will open a video of him singing in a concert, and then from there, he's gonna take a quiz on how much he knows Frank Sinatra, for example, and so on and so forth. Afterwards, we would start by creating wireframes, which are usually low fidelity gray boxes and layouts. Wireframes are made to help you plan the overall placement and layout of your content. So, this is the point where you're creating an extremely general draft without thinking too much about details like colors, fonts, designs, and so on, because these details would be taken care of in the next step, which is prototyping. In the process of prototyping, it demonstrates how the product you're producing, such as the website, will look like to the users opening it, and what actions and windows pop up when people tap on buttons, for example. So in the prototyping process, you pretty much turn into a live website, or almost a live website. So you make your buttons function in a way where if I press on this button, it will take me to this page that I've designed. So let's say after we've created our user flows, and then we've done our wireframes and designed everything and have everything ready, the prototyping process helps us with making everything work, which is why programs such as Adobe XD come in handy. In this scenario, the prototyping tool helps us connect the buttons that the user will go through. So the home page is there and the user will press on the name Frank Sinatra, which is prototyped to go to the next page, which is everything about Frank Sinatra, his articles, his videos, and so on and so forth. And through the prototype, we also connect other pages to each other. So he scrolls through Frank Sinatra's page and then presses on articles. When he presses on articles and it goes to another page, this is how it was prototyped to be. When pressing on the articles button, the prototype will take the user to the articles tab, and so on and so forth. Obviously, it will be more clarified to you guys when you see it happen in front of you, which will happen very soon, don't worry. After going through such process, you would want to confirm with your potential audience or clients regarding the product's functionality, which takes us to the final step of testing and sharing for feedback. In this step, you would be gathering any comments regarding your work and then start to make changes accordingly. And obviously after that, front and back end developers start building up your product. All of the steps starting from wireframing up to feedback adjustments are all easily done with the usage of Adobe XD. And especially in the sharing for feedback step, this is very crucial for you because this is how you understand how well your product works for other people. Obviously, this will happen before sending it to the front and back end developers to actually program it into a real website. but it is very important to share it with other people just in case, to make sure that everything is going well for you and that everything is clear and that your website or application or so on and so forth actually serves its purpose. It is going according to the concept that you want it to be built on, and it is matching the audience that you want it to match to. To elaborate more on the program itself, the Adobe company calls Adobe XD a fast and free prototyping tool for user interface design and user experience design. It is a powerful prototyping tool for apps and/or websites built by the world's leader in creative technologies, Adobe. With XD, you can quickly go from wireframes and mockups straight into interactive prototypes that simulate an actual user experience, all using one software for the whole creation process. So, in short, compared to other programs, for example, you can go and create a website layout, design, or whatever on Photoshop. But the thing is, you can't actually turn it into a real website through that application. You can actually see how functional your website or application is through Adobe XD. And it is done because of the prototyping phase. When prototyping something, you are bringing it into life. You are helping it become more functional and more easy to navigate through. It is much better than looking at a picture of a website that you've designed and not be able to see how functional the buttons are. Let's say, for example, you're creating an application and you want to see if the buttons are too big or too small, if they're good enough, if the spacing between the text is good enough. You are not able to see it quite directly because you are viewing it from a design tab rather than a laptop tab or a phone screen, so you're not able to have everything be accurately done. And this is where Adobe XD comes in. Obviously, in addition, with new features and enhancements released almost every month, XD now offers features including interactions, where you connect artboards to communicate the user flow and experiences for websites, apps, and more. Triggers, which enables you to create realistic prototypes for any type of experiences. Auto animation, where XD automatically can bridge the differences to automatically generate an animation or transition. Previews, where you get to experience your work in a functional way. And exporting and sharing, where shareable links can be generated, embedded, or exports of the frames can be produced. In addition, Adobe XD is fully functional on both Windows and Mac softwares. They are free to use but require a subscription in order to be able to generate links to share with clients. So if you intend on learning Adobe XD for personal use, then you won't really need to pay for the program, which is great. Now, there are countless of tools out there for user experience and user interface design, but the simplicity, directness, and constant new, helpful, and innovative features in Adobe XD is what makes it the easiest to learn as well as the most beneficial compared to other varieties of such tools. In this course, I want to introduce you to Adobe XD and get you up and running with the concepts and features you will need to know in order to produce your first design on XD. In this course, we will be covering some important topics to the user interface and user experience world. This includes this introductory class discussing shaping and understanding our audiences with the usage of user research as well as going through user interface principles. Obviously, in order for us to be able to create very successful websites and applications, we need to first understand who we are designing for, which is why I prefer to start this course in a bit of a theoretical way. We want to look at the details of how we want to approach our designs, our drafts, and so on and so forth in order to be able to very well connect to our audiences. After the introduction phase of the course, We will enthusiastically proceed into all of the practical usage and creation in XD much more efficiently. Obviously, we will be able to, like I've mentioned, understand what we want to do with our audience, because after understanding what we need to focus on in order to appeal to our audience very well, we would be able to start our design process much better. Afterwards, we will move into the process of wireframing. When wireframing, like I've mentioned before, it will be a very extremely general draft on how you want your website to look, where you want to place your objects, where you want to place your text, your photos, anything like that, just to have a clear idea on what you want to have inside your website. When wireframing, you're looking at very big points that you want to include in your websites. So let's say we'll circle back to the articles example, the articles website. In this example, when wireframing, we want to have a lot of text, obviously, but also we want to add a lot of pictures in order to appeal to our audience. Obviously, you won't be very excited to look through a website that only has text and no pictures. And this is where we plan where we want to place our pictures and where we want to place our text. Through wireframing, all what we will be doing is building up and then designing the wireframe. And then we will go through more in-depth and detailed user interface design, which is the drafting phase. So we will look through the menu settings, the tools, the properties, and the templates offered in order to make our drafts as easy, smooth, and direct as possible. Through the drafting phase, we're able to see what tools we have in order to know what we can do with them. And then we will later move into the design phase, which explores both our creative and technical aspects. Do not worry about not having any design background though. We will also cover all of it in this chapter. So I will be going through how to create symbols, how to choose colors, how to choose the right text, and so on and so forth, as well as design specific menu layouts. For example, let's say we want a slide menu in a phone application or a website, and all of that will be designed together through the designing phase. So I will be giving you a very clear understanding on how to approach designs as well and see your creative side throughout it. And afterwards, we will move to the most exciting chapter, to me at least, which is prototyping. Because, like I keep mentioning, prototyping is when your design goes to life. It is when we're testing our product and seeing how effective it is, how useful it is, and sharing it with our clients, with our target audience in order to get feedback. So this is the part where you get to see your hard work pay off. This is where you get to see how your design is becoming practical by the time. And after prototyping and testing, you're able to fix those small details, and obviously then you would finish up your design and we would be introduced to all of the features of XD and be capable of navigating through it very easily. After these chapters, we will apply together a big project in order to make sure that we got the hang of the entire program. So together we will be applying a real project that is big, that is official, just to make sure that we can go through everything that we've discussed throughout the course and then apply it into a real life situation. Of course, I would like to have you guys leave this course being able to apply it onto your personal use as well as any kind of professional use you would like to have in the future. Throughout all the chapters of the course, though, I will be assigning you some practical work or some discussions that you can answer in order to maintain everything you've learned from this course fresh in your memory. Participation is optional, but 100% encouraged for the sake of self-improvement and obviously maximum benefit of this course. Let's start by asking you guys, which chapter are you looking forward towards the most? I can't wait to read through your answers. In conclusion, we have a great amount of topics to touch up on, and in order to cover them all very easily and effectively, our next lesson will be covering the basis of user interface design in order to be able to build up an entire successful project. So, good luck everyone, and let's get right into this course. In an industry devoted to specific groups of people who will be using your product, service, or application, research is the key to reaching them in the most effective way possible. We ask questions, take notes, and try to grasp any kind of information we can obtain, and then we test our work's functionality throughout the design process. So, what is UX research? UX research, or as it is sometimes called design research, serves countless purposes throughout the design process. It helps us identify what the audience needs in order to navigate through your model. In addition, it shapes the purpose of creating such model, as in why we are designing the specific application. Maybe you're designing, like we've mentioned before, a news website where you are dedicating it directly to someone who is of a specific age with specific interests. You would define your application and plan its purpose by defining a distinct feature, such as easy for adults to use. All in all, research improves our work, our understanding, and the practicality of our products. As UX designer Mike Kuniavsky puts it, user design research is the process of understanding the impact of design on an audience. And I think it sums up all what I mentioned earlier very well. Now, why is user research so important, you might be wondering? We are able to conclude that all of our work starts with our users. By collaborating with potential users, we would be practicing a user-centered design, which is crucial to creating a successful product for our users. As you will be researching though, empathy during research is another key to a user-centered design. Empathy in this case means to put aside your own assumptions and instead see things from someone else's perspective. Remember that you are not the user. So, for example, when I'm in the process of planning this article's website about celebrities, I can't just assume that people will always want Frank Sinatra or that they would prefer a design that has pictures of Frank Sinatra all over the website. Maybe they actually prefer different artists that I don't know of, and I wouldn't probably know of them because I'm not of the same age, or I am focused on interests that don't really concern me. So in this case, reaching out to users within the audience that you would like to target is very crucial and important. So when putting the actual user first, you can approach your concepts in a way to make their experience much simpler. This helps the user build an emotional connection between both themselves and the product. Now you might be wondering, what happens if I don't use user research, or if I don't apply it, if I don't try it, or if I don't include it in my design process? You might also be wondering, why are you starting this practical course with theoretical information? Well, let me tell you what happens when you skip the user research step. Professionally speaking, it may put the organization who you're designing the project for at a disadvantage in the long run. The product you're producing might have great features, but they might not solve the user's problem. The product might not be comfortable for the user to use because of false assumptions that are placed within the function of the product. The product might cause confusion for the user. and so on and so forth. There are so many more instances that you might find yourself facing with the neglection of user design research. And while user research informs design, though, it does not immediately provide solutions to problems. This is where the exploration of ideas and design iterations come in to help you reach to solutions. So, as you're researching and understanding and planning and all of this process that you go through, it actually helps your product become as practical as possible, not only for your users, but for the company that you are trying to build up or work for. When you understand what their users need, what their users ask for, what they desire to see, you're able to make it much better for both the users and yourself. When a user is confused by the functionality of a product, it will not benefit any of you guys. Let's say I designed a very beautiful website that is very aesthetically pleasing, with a modern touch to it and all of that. Do you think designing a modern website that is very abstract, it doesn't have much to it, will be easy for people who are interested in art that is much towards the older side or the older times, and be able to navigate through it very easily? Obviously, the answer is no, because as a person who is not very familiar with, let's say, modern abstract art, they won't be able to navigate through something that is from that era. So when I do user research and I say I'm targeting old people, obviously I have to make things more direct for them. For example, old people are not very likely to know as much about technology as other people do. So being able to really help the audience that you are researching for is the most important priority there is. One more point is that there is no one-size-fits-all approach when it comes to these things. Just like how a one-size-fits-all clothing garment might fit all sizes, it still looks very different on all these different sizes and serves a completely different style to each. For example, let's say someone wears a one-size-fits-all pants. For one person, they might be very loose, but for another one, it might be very tight. And this is not how it goes like in website design. You can't just say this is gonna be a good website for both the elderly and the young people. It is very difficult to achieve that, and it might not be very easily applicable for both ages. Let's take, for instance, the platform TikTok. It is very easy for the youth to use, but elders still have a lot of difficulties navigating through it. And it is because it was not made for them. It was made for the youth to look at and navigate through. It is our job as UX designers to define and understand contexts for the projects that we work on. And so, how do we approach user research? The criteria that will help you gather the right plans for your project are simple. Be specific, be focused and relevant to what you're trying to understand, make your ideas practical with the resources that you have, and be flexible with your methods. So when being specific, this is where we narrow down what users we want. I want to have the audience be people from age, let's say, 45 to 70, male and female, both would work, and so on and so forth. Now we're being very specific about our users, and we're able to move on to having a focus. What should my website have that will take the attention of this age group. In this case, I would want to use pictures, or I would want to use buttons that show what the people exactly would need. Something that would help them use the website very easily. This is my focus. Be practical, asking myself questions like, how much photos should I have in my website? How much content should be on the website? Should there be more than 5 articles about Frank Sinatra? Should there be more articles about this person? Should I add quizzes to it? Will it be fun? If I'm targeting older people, will they enjoy having a fun quiz about a celebrity? Maybe not, so maybe I shouldn't do that. And obviously, being flexible is very important. So I might not enjoy this specific style and I wouldn't want to do it. But because my audience is old people, they're the ones who are going to enjoy it. They're the ones who are going to want to see it. So I have to be flexible in order to be able to reach them very successfully. Now, you should be approaching this whole user research process in its early ages by asking yourself questions like, what do the users need? Or what is already working and what isn't? And after developing your ideas and building wireframes and prototypes, you will need to evaluate your overall work and validate whether your designs are serving their purpose efficiently. You do that by asking yourself, do the users understand how my product works? Can the users find what they're looking for very easily? And so on and so forth. You have to make sure that everything that you have set in the beginning of planning your website or application will be answered and confirmed at the end of it. So let's say I want to make it very easy for adults to navigate through. At the end, after finishing the prototyping phase, I will look at it, I will try the website or the application that I've created and go like, is this serving what I have started to work on? Is it easy for adults to work through? And if the answer is yes, then my product is successful. So, as a conclusion, we are able to realize that user research is an extremely important part of UX design. When it is done right, it contributes to a great product experience for its users, which would keep them coming back to use our products more and more. And now we're going to move on to our final theoretical chapter, which is the user interface principles. Now, moving on to the final theoretical part of this course. Here are the 10 principles of user interface design. Just like how design principles exist in fields like logo design, photography, and so on and so forth, it is very advised to consider in our prototypes. When looking at our first unofficial draft of a project, it would be good to have the principles as a checklist just so we can guarantee that our design is successful. The first principle is simplicity. You should try your best to keep your interface as straightforward as possible. Let's take Facebook's layout for example. Its identity is clearly shown, all while demonstrating to its users what they need to do so easily and directly. So let's say I'm opening my home page, which is very straightforward and simple. We can see throughout the page that there isn't much actions to do that will complicate our process or experience as Facebook users. So we can very straightforwardly see that this is a post. We can have very simple borders that separate both posts from one another. We can see the description of the post and the photo of the post very well placed. And it is very simple because our eyes or our mind automatically assumes what is what. So I'm very easily able to distinguish that this is the person who posted this post right here. And at the same time, I'm able to distinguish that this is the photo that he posted, not the other person. And then I'm able to distinguish that this text here is about the post itself and the actions that I can make through the post. The second user interface principle is support. You do that by providing users with a variety of ways to complete a task and allow them to divide the work into subtasks or personalizing their approaches towards their audiences. For example, again, Facebook would communicate directly and ask you what's on your mind with your name at the end of the sentence. So let's say, for example, here, I'm about to create a post. As I'm about to create a post, they're asking me what's on my mind, what I want to post, what I want to talk about. And this is Facebook's approach. When we go ahead and post something, let's say a funny post or a serious post, a happy, sad post, it kind of shows support and it directs it at you, the user. It is evident that Facebook's platform is used for us to talk about ourselves, to post about things that matter to us, things that we find necessary to talk about under our profile. Another good example could be LinkedIn and how they give you enough support for your profile to be completed as a professional profile. So they give you a guide on how to post, how to edit your profile and set it up in a way that is professional enough for you to use it very efficiently and use it for the purpose that it is supposed to serve. In addition, one of the most important principles, in my opinion at least, is familiarity. With familiarity, we're supposed to build on users' previous knowledge of applications. A good example of that can be how icons are used because the symbols are very familiar. We usually see them as everyday objects or visuals that are associated with their featured function. For example, a message section would be an icon with an envelope. The home page would be a house. The feed section would also be a house because this is where we're looking at things. This is where we are surfing the application or website as ourselves, as the user themselves. Obviously, you can see here in this example how, for example, friends are a group of two people together and not one person, and that kind of indicates that someone's with you or there are more than one person in here. You can see watch being a play button on the screen, dating to be a heart, a marketplace to be kind of like a supermarket kind of icon, and jobs to be a briefcase, and so on and so forth. Sometimes it isn't very known that pages would be a flag, but because we're so familiar with this concept, we're able to understand that this is for pages now on Facebook. And similarly, there's another principle which is clarity. The difference between familiarity and clarity is that clarity is more focused on how clearly does an icon indicate its function or how well does a subtitle explain what a button does. Meanwhile, in familiarity, it is more known. For example, the newsfeed button would be placed on the top of the website or the bottom side of an application. So I'm going to go back very quickly and see how familiarity here is the fact that these buttons are always down there. Take Instagram, for example. You see these option buttons to be down there, as well as LinkedIn. They have their main menu buttons to be at the bottom. This is all about familiarity and how much applications are consistent with their placement of objects. Obviously, if you place this bar on the top of the screen or maybe even on the side of the screen, users might be a bit confused. They would forget because other applications are familiar with each other with the concept of placing such bar down there. And similarly, in clarity here, we can see that the home button is an icon of a house, but at the same time, just in case not much people understand it, the subtitle home is placed here. For example, post is a plus button, and this could be sometimes a bit confusing for some users. I wouldn't know, for example, that a box with the plus on it would mean that I can post a picture. It only sounds like I'm adding something. So having the subtitle post is very much useful. The next principle is encouragement, where you're supposed to make the actions predictable and reversible. This could be done by ensuring that if a user presses on an icon and leaves the newsfeed, they would be able to find that tab again and feel encouraged to visit it again. So let's say I'm scrolling through my home feed and I realize that I have 11 notifications. I'm going to go to my 11 notifications and clear them up and finish through with them. But then I'm motivated to go back to my home again because it's very easy for me to reach. It encourages me to check it out even more. Meanwhile, let's say I'm going through home and this icon here does not appear. It's not in the list. Let's pretend like it's not there. And I'm scrolling through home and I see that I have 11 notifications. When I press on the 11 notifications and I don't have a home button, I am less likely to feel encouraged to go and look at my home button because it's not very easily accessible for me and I'm not really reminded that there is a home page because I am distracted. Moving on to another principle, which is satisfaction. You want to ensure that the user is going to be using your product with a satisfactory end result. That keeps them coming back for more and more. In social media platforms like Facebook and Instagram, for example, the likes, comments, and shares feature encourages a significant number of their users. They always want to have more likes, more comments, more shares on their posts, so it always motivates them to improve their post quality. They're more likely to post things that they think that their audience would like in order for them to get more likes, or more shares, more comments on the post itself. This is what encourages someone to post on Instagram, for example. They like to see at the end result that they receive the satisfaction of people liking their content and enjoying it. Meanwhile, on LinkedIn, setting up a profile and completing it would show how professional your account is. It would probably get you to fill out all of your information in order for you to be a professional user. I also think that satisfaction leads to the most persuasive applications with majorly successful number of users. So when I'm on LinkedIn and I'm setting up my profile and putting down my information, they had a progress bar where it shows how professional my account looks and how likely it is to be visited by recruiters. This leads for me to be more motivated and again encouraged to add more information about myself in order for other people to see me and notice me. And when I see that the bar is at the top line, meaning that my profile is a professional profile, I feel satisfied. I feel like now I can use my profile as a professional person. Next, we have accessibility, where users should be able to access any feature they need. This does not mean that all features need to be free, but more of the idea that if someone old is using the application, for example, they will need direct accessibility to the text layout option because they would struggle to go through a couple of pages in order to find that option. So let's say, for example, I'm a person who finds it very difficult to read small text, and I want to be able to enlarge the text on a page. Having accessibility to do that very easily in the page in front of me is very necessary and useful for me to enjoy using the application as freely as I want to. In addition, small things such as, for example, the friends, pages, marketplace, and so on and so forth are seen very clearly here. People of older ages are able to distinguish that this is the area where they can access anything else, such as pages, groups, marketplace, and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, there is another shortcut for greater accessibility, which takes us to these features here, right here on the top of the bar of the page. So here's another pages icon, another marketplace icon, videos icon, and groups icon. Because of the amount of accessibility that I have, Personally, it's easier for me to press on these and move quickly to them. But some people might not find these features very clear. So you're making it more accessible for them by providing them much more clearly on here. So in a way, Facebook is targeting different amounts of audiences. And here they're fulfilling the needs of the elderly people who need much more help and guidance throughout their journey on Facebook, as well as people who are younger who are able to directly understand that this is the home page, this is the pages, this is the videos, marketplace, and groups. It obviously differs compared to every person and how they are able to view their pages, but at the end of the day, you want it to be as easy and simple to all of the users that you want them to use your application in. In addition, we have the safety principle. For this concept, we must be aware that we are all humans who make mistakes. In order to help the users feel safe, confirmation messages, for example, can be crucial. By asking the user if they are sure they want to proceed doing something, you're helping with keeping them out of trouble and protecting them when they make errors. So, for example, here, I went ahead and posted something very general saying, "Hello, friends." Let's say that I've misspelled the word friends, or I wanted to change the way that I say it, the way that I greet my friends, and so on and so forth. I can directly press on the options button under my post, and I can either edit it, delete it, or archive it. This makes it much easier for me, and it makes it feel like I can safely post anything without panicking about making a mistake. If I'm looking at a post that I have messed up in, it's gonna make me panic because a lot of people are gonna see it. And providing the safety that I can edit it very easily or directly delete it very quickly makes it less likely for me to panic as much. Obviously, we are in a moment when we make a mistake, we're scared, we don't want anyone to see it, we're embarrassed. So the first thing we do is look for that button. And for an application to be able to give us this safety and reassurance, they must provide a way where we can edit anything that we do on the application. Similarly, sometimes when we are deleting something, for example, Facebook would ask us if we're sure we want to delete it. Let's say I was going through the buttons and I accidentally pressed on move to trash when I didn't want to do that. I meant to, for example, press on anything else. It's good that Facebook asks for me to confirm whether I really want to delete the post or not, just in case I make the mistake of choosing to delete it and then I end up deleting it permanently. Having these options that can help us ensure that we will not be facing any big trouble, will be very easy for us to use, and so on and so forth, is very crucial for users' safety. It makes us feel like we're not too tense when we're posting about something, and it makes us be able to make mistakes without panicking too much. So when I make a mistake of almost deleting something, when you ask me if I am sure I want to delete it, I think about it again and I'm like, wait, I don't want to delete this, what is happening? Instead of just pressing on delete and it taking it straight to the trash without asking you if you're sure. It might be a mistake, it might not be. And it's good for us to be provided with this amount of safety. Another principle is versatility, in which the user interface should have a variety of interaction techniques, such as having menus, dialog boxes, shortcuts, and so on and so forth. In this way, not only would a user be able to have numerous options regarding their preferred way of working with the product, but it would also help them with broadening your target audience. So, like I've mentioned earlier, when you have two different kind of layouts of things that people are trying to do, it makes it easier for you to target greater amounts of people. For example, similarly, just like how we can access groups directly from here, they're also listed on the side at the bottom of your screen. It makes it easier for people to go to shortcuts directly for groups that they usually use, and so on and so forth. Or they can just directly go to this bar here and navigate through all the groups that they want to. Giving them shortcuts makes it easier for them to stay on board with what they want to focus on, and it helps the users with understanding how they are using their application. Finally, we have the personalization principle, where you allow users to customize some features of the interface to their liking. Here is an example where personalization comes in handy. I'm on my Instagram and I don't want to see a lot of sensitive content. It could be something about war, it could be something about people dying, and so on and so forth. And I wouldn't want to see that. There's an option called sensitive content control, where I can control the amount of sensitive content that I can see. Obviously, sometimes it could be difficult for Instagram to track all sensitive content, so what I would do here is limit even more sensitive content. I can completely allow it, or limit it, or just limit it as much as possible in a way where if there's anything that is suspicious about sensitive content, then Instagram would try its best to remove it from my algorithm. Similarly, we have our Facebook profiles where we can change the privacy of our profile overall or specific posts. So maybe sometimes my profile is public, but I am going to post something about my family, which is a bit more personal. Then I can go ahead and change that option through the personalization of the post itself. I can change it from public to private, where only my friends can view it rather than anyone on Facebook who isn't my friend. Providing such feature helps us so much, especially when it comes to the comfort of our page. It makes it more personalized and it makes it feel like we are the ones in control while using the page. This makes it very easy for the user to be familiar with the application and feel extreme comfort while using it. Now, as a conclusion for this theoretical chapter, I would like to show you an example of what we will be generally doing throughout our work on Adobe XD. Here's a quick example on what kind of content we will be producing. So here we have a very general home page where we get to see through, and we will be learning how to do almost everything here very easily, effectively, and quickly. And after learning how to do that, we will be able to navigate through those pages very easily. This is a very general example and it is not very prototyped yet, but this is to give you an idea on what we will be doing and how you will have your page look like at the end of the day. And it is not only limited for websites, but it is also inclusive of applications. Obviously, we will go through both very much equally, and we will have our focus be on how to approach both phone applications and websites. Now, without further ado, let's just get started. We're gonna move on to wireframing and how we could do it, and then we will dive right into the Adobe XD world. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to post them in the discussions. Otherwise, we will move on to our next chapter, which is wireframing. Alright everyone, we're moving on to the wireframing chapter, and we're going to start with the concept of building a wireframe. Let's get into deeper detail on what a wireframe is. It initially starts with a hand sketch showing a structure of a page. It can be initially done on a sketchbook or a design software, but the overall goal for this low-fidelity sketch is to wrap your head around the structure of the page you desire to have. For example, you want to plan how many titles you need in a page, how many images you want to put, where you should place buttons, and so on and so forth. These are all things that you would be asking yourself while wireframing in order to give yourself an idea of the story you want to tell in your page before going ahead into your design software. The reason you start with this step is because you start to ask yourself a lot of questions on how to approach and start your idea as soon as you open Adobe XD. So, as soon as you find yourself opening the program Adobe XD, you wouldn't know where exactly to start from if it wasn't for a wireframe. You wouldn't know how you want to place your items. You wouldn't know what you want to approach first. For example, if you don't have anything planned for your homepage, for example, a big picture or the title or the logo, you won't really know how to approach the design. Before you start asking yourself about big details such as the colors of your website, the fonts you want to use, and so on and so forth, you would want to have a concept and general placements of your items. You would also want to make sure that what you're designing is the right thing. Planning the structure of the website helps us accurately focus on our main goals and ideas for the website or application we will create before focusing on making it look beautiful for its users. Practicality should be a priority. There are usually 2 steps to creating wireframes. Personally, I highly recommend you start by planning your website on a piece of paper or a sketchbook using your pen or pencil because it is done in a very fast pace. You don't have to open up a file and make sure you have the right tool or color and so on and so forth. You just immediately start sketching a whole page in no time and explore multiple different ideas very quickly. Here I'm showing you an example of a wireframe that I created. And again, wireframing goes in 2 steps. Obviously, we're going to start with a hand-drawn wireframe, and then the second step would be digitalizing it. And it is crucial to then digitalize our wireframe just to keep track of the concept that we want and make it look more accurate. The hand-drawn wireframe here is obviously not the most accurate in dimensions and so on and so forth, so I wouldn't be able to tell how good my wireframe is when digitalizing it. Regardless, we're going to start with first sketching it into this version that we're looking at here. As you can see, I started by placing the most main and important aspects of a website, which is the logo and some menu items, as well as more menu items depending on the website, and a search bar also depending on the website. I then move on to trying to decide on the content that I want to place right under the main bar. If I'm looking at a news article website, I felt the need to place a big image as a starter. Yes, it is an article's website, but it will only catch the viewer's eye if it's a very big photo. Obviously, in the example that I am showing you guys here, it is not an article's website, but it has a similar layout to what I think would be ideal to start with. Then here I have my subtitles, sub-articles, and so on and so forth. And here I would think of placing maybe a really important necessary article name. As you can see here, the X's resemble photos, while the lines resemble text. So when I have a big X, it means that the entire box is going to be filled with a photo. Same goes to this one, but I'm still going to be flexible about it. But for this one, I decided to put the photo in the center and the texts on the side. Even though the photo is going to be placed on the center, I chose for it not to surround the entire box, hence why I didn't make it touch the edges. So it could be a transparent image that could possibly be merged with the text, just like this example here. Except for the photo will be in the middle, and then there would be 2 texts on the sides. By using this example here, I'm able to then drag it onto my computer, look at it, check if it's making sense or not, and from there I would build up on it. After sketching it on paper, you don't necessarily have to scan it and put it on your computer, but you can rather just directly translate it onto your computer. When you're translating it, what I mean is we digitalize it and try to have a very general sketch or a mock-up of our low fidelity frames. So from taking them from the sketch to putting them into a slightly higher fidelity, we're able to be more accurately representing the overall layout of our website. So now that we have our wireframe sketched up and scanned, just in order for me to show you guys how I will work after this step, we will move on to the next lesson of the chapter, which is designing the wireframes and digitalizing them. This will be the second step of creating a wireframe. Alright everyone, we're gonna be moving on to designing our wireframe, which is very exciting. Now is the time where we officially are entering Adobe XD. I know that currently everything looks unfamiliar within the application, but do not worry about it. We're gonna get into the deep, important details very soon. This will not require much knowledge just yet because we are building on to things that we already have in front of us. So obviously we are going to be basing our work on the sketch that we have initially created. If you preferred, you could have done it digitally, but obviously, like I said, it is going to be digitalized anyways. I just thought that it would be much more helpful if we just go for designing a wireframe on paper just to have a very quick and general idea on what we want to do. Initially, I want to start by showing you guys here how we have, within the Adobe website, there are UI kits. What UI kits provide us are ready-made items that we would be needing throughout our design process. We will get more into templates and all of the kits very soon, but I just want you to go very quickly and find the wireframe kit. We're gonna keep scrolling a little bit until we find the wireframes here. It is for Adobe XD, and we're gonna go ahead and get the kit. We can save it as anything. I will rename it as wireframes and save it. Now that it downloaded, I'm gonna go ahead into my downloads and I'm gonna find it here. I'm gonna open up the zip folder, and as soon as I open this, we're gonna get an Adobe XD file open with our wireframes. Here you can see all kinds of wireframes, which I find fascinating. It's gonna definitely 100% save our own personal time and make it much easier for us to design very easily. Usually during wireframing, the color of the wireframes are not very defined. So yes, everything here looks blue, but that does not mean that your website is going to be blue. This is usually just a default color for wireframes. If you would prefer doing any other colors so that you're not distracted, for example, gray, black, any color will do. Personally, I think the color blue is very useful and it helps me with staying focused on my goal because it is not the color that I would probably be using for the website, so I just go for it. Now we're gonna look back at our sketch here, and we're gonna start with the idea of the top bar here, which has our logo and some texts. We have a couple of ready-made ones here, and the closest one that seems to be the most accurate is probably this one. So I selected it right here and I did Command C or Control C if you're using PC. And I'm gonna go ahead and create a new kit or a new file. I'm gonna go ahead and choose web I can choose any measurement I want to choose, but I'll just go with the default option that I have here. And here I have my first web page. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select the frame by just pressing on the frame's name, and then I'm gonna Command V or Control V. Obviously here the screen is a bit too wide, so what I'm gonna do is just click and drag until it is how I want it to be. You can also click and drag from the side in case you don't want to stretch out anything. And here now we have the logo, and then we have some text here. One different thing that I have here is the burger menu and the search bar. So this is where the fun begins. We're gonna just get back to the wireframing template and look through at what we have available. We have some headlines and texts here. We have some icons, but these are all still very phone-based, if you'd ask me. Here we have buttons for maybe phones and or computers. I think these would work for PC, but these are obviously for phones. These are obviously for phones. So we're gonna look through a little more. After looking around for a little, I found the burger menu icon right here. I'm just gonna keep double clicking until I have these three boxes selected, and I'm gonna go ahead and Command C or Control C for PC, and I'm gonna go back to my wireframing website and Command V or Control V it here. Now obviously it needs some fixing, and we can do that very easily. I'm gonna go ahead and fix it very quickly by changing the fill color to be white. And I'm gonna go ahead and drag it, make sure you're selecting it. And I'm gonna go ahead and drag it onto the page here. I'm gonna just move away contact for now and move this line to the right side just so that it aligns properly as a burger menu, and place it in the center. Obviously, small details like that are not very relevant for now. Again, we're just looking at an overall layout of the website. So I'm gonna just move these two texts here very quickly because we don't want them to be different because they are within the same options. So I'm gonna go ahead and move them up a little. This makes more sense. And then I'm gonna go back to my sketch, and here we can see that there's a search bar, but this is also not very necessary for now. And we're gonna start with the inserting of a photo with probable text here. So I'm gonna go back to my other wireframe page, look through. Now here we have UI elements. We can zoom out further and look at the categories. For example, we have landing sections, content sections, presentation sections, forms, portfolio sections, blog sections, team sections, pricing table sections, and call to action and footers. Since this is still the home page, we're gonna go ahead and go for the landing section and see whether we have anything that applies to what we want. Here I can see that this one is really close to what I wanted. It was like a box with a photo, and actually this layout is much closer to what I was planning on doing, but I'm not gonna copy this header for now. I'm just gonna copy this small box here. So Command C or Control C, and I'm gonna go back here, and I'm just gonna paste it, Control V or Command V, and I'm just gonna press on Shift and enlarge it. And here we have this section here. Now I don't want it to be a video, so it doesn't have to necessarily be a video. Let's move out the video option. I just double clicked on the box so that I could move the video icon out, since it is just going to be a photo. And then I'm going to go back to my wireframe that I sketched. Now I have 3 different boxes here, and I really want to distinguish them from this big box. So I'm going to go back to the wireframe template, and I can either do actual boxes, or I can choose to do the same layout as this, but into 3 rows. I'm going to look around for more inspiration, maybe something that would help more. And here we can see here's something very similar to it. So I'm going to go ahead and select these 3. Hopefully I'm not selecting too many things. Yes, okay. Command C or Control C, and then we're going to just Control V or Command V, and we're going to move them here. Now you can feel free to resize them the way you'd like. I'm just going to go ahead and kind of move them away from each other, because that makes most sense to me. Let's start by first ungrouping them, and then I will just very simply select this bar here, take it further, maybe enlarge it, and then maybe let's just delete these 2. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select this group here, press on Option, and click and drag to copy and paste. Obviously you don't need to know this completely just yet, but I'm just giving you very quick shortcuts on how to digitalize our wireframe. And then in order for us to continue looking at our wireframe, we can just extend it. Don't worry, it's still gonna show us where our website is, where the screen is, and the size. So one very cool thing about XD is, as long as I'm stretching it, it still doesn't affect the size of the frame itself, as long as this is the size that I have given it when I created the folder. So now I can move on with my work very easily without worrying about that. I'm gonna enlarge them a little, maybe have them stick to each other or almost stick to each other, just to make it work out. And just enlarge it a bit more. Maybe not that much. Yeah, we're gonna make it a little smaller. I'm gonna keep a small spacing just so that we don't confuse our viewers here. And then here we have a long box again. So I'm gonna go ahead back to the wireframe here, template, and look at something that could help with our template plan. And I think what might work is probably, I think just a box would work for now. Yeah, there we go. Command C or Control C and Command V. And obviously we're gonna put some text over here in a second. Just gonna resize this a little. And then we're gonna go ahead and maybe Command C and Command V just to take it out here and play around with the sizing, or we can go back here and just copy any kind of heading, subheading, for example these. So I'm going to Command C, Command V, still a bit too small, but that's okay. We're going to just size them up. This one isn't cooperating, so let's do it directly. Let's do 50. Too much. 40. But, okay. And then we're going to move this a bit higher. So we're kind of giving ourselves an idea on how this is going to work, how it's going to look. And this is how we're going to be planning our wireframe. Now we have kind of digitalized the concept that we've had in our sketch. And from here, we're able to look at how successful it is. So now that I press on play here, I can see that this size is pretty convenient. Maybe the text should be bigger, logo should be bigger, but it isn't occupying too much from the page. This photo here is going to be pretty successful as well. Maybe this cropping is too awkward because I can't tell that there's text down there, so I would move these things up. But overall, these sizes are also good. And then I move lower, and here's another picture with text. And it's working pretty well. So now that I'm able to digitalize and see and compare sizes, for example, the size of this text is much smaller than this one, and we want this to be more dominant. This is all part of the process of planning our overall design so that we would know how we want to approach our websites. And I think it's very crucial for us to go through this phase and this design process just because we are able to understand what we did wrong with our sketch and fix it straight through the digital version. Like I've also mentioned in the previous class, it also helps us be more professional. So when we're going to a client and showing them our work, showing it through a sketch is kind of not perceived to be as professional, not solid, just something that I did with my hand very quickly and gave it to you. Even if you've done it neatly and you've done your lines very clean and all of that, it's still not as solid and concrete as doing it on XD, which is why we have wireframe kits. It's given for us to make our lives easier, quicker, and more direct. And you're gonna find much more kits and templates later on, but I just wanted to introduce you to this one first because it is the most essential as we are still starting and we are still trying to approach Adobe XD. And I think this is one of the main things that we should know while entering the XD world. You don't always have to create everything from scratch, and we are going to talk about this more in detail later on throughout the lesson, but for now I am here to tell you it is not as difficult as you think, and it is much smoother and easier than you would assume. Now, just to give you a general kind of information on how to use these kits, it's very much easy, and if you would like to change anything about it, you can very easily do it in no time. So let's say here I want to highlight that this is gonna be age or I don't know, country. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna select it, and then I'm gonna double click on select one. I still can't edit it, but I am selecting this box specifically. I'm gonna double click on it again, and here I can edit it. So I can write country, and here I have my template ready. Let's say I don't want my wireframes to be blue, I want them to be purple. I'm gonna click on this and it has everything selected. I'm gonna double click again on the box, and here I can see fill. I can go ahead and change it to purple, any purple that I like, and it's done. If you want all of the wireframes to adjust to your colors, you can very easily do it here by just double clicking on the colors and trying to explore through what colors you think would work best for you. Personally, I still think it is much more easy for you to work with what you have rather than having to change everything, because it is more convenient for you guys. So we're gonna look through very quickly here, and I'm gonna very quickly explain what each wireframe can help you with. So for example, here we have the UI elements, which are the main things that you would have in a website. Not only do they give you the elements for for laptops, but it also provides you things for phones. For example, here we have the headers for PC and laptop users and all of that, and we have the side menus, but we also have buttons for phones and sliding things for the iPhones, for the Androids, and so on and so forth. We have the fill-in buttons for forms, we have the back and forward buttons, the burger menus also here, but for phones, and so on and so forth. Here we're presented with footers, which are usually placed at the bottom of the website. So while you're wireframing, you should also keep in mind that when you finish the wireframe, you should end it with a footer. So you would copy this right here and then paste it onto your folder which has your solid wireframe version. You have very different versions of footers that you could choose from, but you can also use one and change it up. So let's say, for example, I don't like that there's nothing here. So I'm gonna go ahead, I'm gonna keep double clicking, and then I'm gonna press on Shift and click on the other texts and maybe move them here. This land is yours to play around with, and you're not restricted to follow everything that this wireframe template gives you. You should feel free to move everything around as freely as you'd like. Some footers, for example, only have texts, but it's not very practical for websites that require a lot of questions, a lot of customer help and all of that. So I would definitely advise for us to go with things like these, but this is for the future for us to talk about. Now we're gonna go through other things such as cards. Here we can have those on both PC and phones, which is pretty cool. And then we have these kinds of connectors or charts. I think these are usually used for the user flow, which we will be talking about very generally very soon. And here we have more user flow items. We will be talking about these, don't worry about that. And then we have landing sections. Landing sections are usually home pages, or, you know, as soon as you open a website, this is what you see. These templates are quite interesting for a home page, but again, you can add to it and make it feel more special. These are all basic templates that you would use and then build up on as to how to make your website look more special. Yes, these templates look strong enough, but you need to stand out from other websites. You need to make your website look like it is different, like it is strong, and not just like any other normal website. So you would take these and then build up on them later on. Here we have the content sections, which is usually done for article websites, for example. So here we have really beautiful examples on how we can lay out articles, put them next to each other, or have them part of the home page, which I think are really good. But again, we can build up on them. We have presentation sections where we can have like photo galleries or anything that has to do with what we want to present to the viewers. It could be, for example, articles, like this is an article, then they press on this, there's another article, and so on and so forth. Here we have the forms, where it could be like someone filling out some sort of information. And what's nice here is that we get forms for both phones and computers and PCs and laptops, which is very beautiful and very helpful and beneficial. We can see when something's wrong, when something is being typed, and so on and so forth. And then here we have the portfolio section. This is more design based. If you want to create your own design website, that would be great. Here you can lay out your portfolio and go like, hey, this is the project that I've done. This is another project that I've done, and so on and so forth. Moving on to the blog sections, and these are very much also article based. When talking about blogs, it is more based on something that is personally written, maybe like my opinion on something, or more than one person posting something, which is also very interesting. I think blogs and articles or content in general are very close. When you're talking about blog sections, you're looking at them from afar. But when you're looking at content sections, this is where you have opened one of these kind of tabs. These are very great to connect to each other, so I definitely recommend we connect both of these in the future. Now we have the team sections, where it would be like introducing our team. This is someone, this is another person, and like you can scroll through it, or you can have them all of equal hierarchy. Maybe someone you would hover over and then it would change their name or surname, and so on and so forth. So many beautiful options. And then we have the pricing table sections. So how much would an item be, or a subscription be, and so on and so forth. And finally, we have the call to action and footers. Usually the call to action are towards the end, and this is why they are merged with footers. So it would be like, are you interested in our plan that we've been talking about the entire website? Then subscribe now or learn even more. We can have something like, hey, subscribe to our newsletter, and then it's subscribe now, and then you see the footer. These are all things that you would see towards the end, and I think they are also very, very useful. Now that I've given you a general idea on what a wireframe would contain, you can feel free to create a wireframe on anything that you would desire to build through Adobe XD. It could be an article website that you're trying to design. It could be your own personal website. It could be selling an items website. It could be anything really. And this is the task that I will be giving you guys for this chapter. So for now, you are free to choose any kind of website that you'd like and try to sketch a wireframe for it, just like how I did here, and then slowly try to translate it through wireframes through the kit that you have been provided here. Again, you can just go to your browser, go to Google and write Adobe XD UI kits, and you will see them all here. They're all completely for free. All what you'll have to do is press on Get the Kit and then download it onto your computer. After that, you will have the same exact kit as mine, maybe even upgraded if you see this a bit later. And from there, you will be able to create your own beautiful wireframe. And after creating your wireframe, you will be able to develop your website more and more as we speak of their features. Now that we're done with the wireframing chapter, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the drafting chapter, where I will be introducing you to as many features as I can and as many tools as we can find in Adobe XD. I can't wait. Let's get started. Okay, everyone, this is the time where we're actually officially using Adobe XD. Yes, we have already started using it by using our wireframes and building them, But now is where we start to get more intensified. This is the drafting chapter where we will go through as many tools as possible. And I would like to start first by going through the home page that we view as soon as we open Adobe XD. So let me very quickly just open it. And we're going to see here the application open. If you're using a PC, it's also going to be loading and open up for you. And this is the first thing that you see. Here we have everything laid out right in front of us, and I'm going to go through everything that we see here just in case you guys get lost. Now, obviously, the free plan for Adobe XD is a starter plan, which says it right here. When you want to upgrade to like premium or pay more for more features, the only feature that you will be paying for is the ability to share more links of your projects. In the case that you need to share links with clients more often than just working on personal projects, I completely encourage you to go ahead and upgrade to premium. For now, this is being used for personal reasons, and also I am using it to teach you guys, so it isn't very necessary for me to upgrade, hence I continue with the starter plan. And like I said, if you're more interested into going through the more complex plans, go ahead and explore through it, but it doesn't offer anything more than just sharing links with more clients. Down here we can see the different measurements that we have laid out. These are all pre-made, so when we look through what we want, and let's say for example I want to create a phone file. I have here the iPhone 12 Pro Max, but let's say I want to produce something for another phone, maybe an Android. I will very easily just click on the drop down here and look through what might work best. Sometimes the phones that I would want to work in or work for wouldn't be here, which is why we have the custom size panel. This works the same for different windows such as web. We only have 3 here, so if the dimensions that you want are not here, feel free to also put it down in the custom size. And the same thing for Instagram stories, Instagram posts, Twitter posts, headers, and so on and so forth. XD did not only limit the user now to just do some sort of layout design for phones and PCs, but now it is trying to widen up its horizons and give you the ability to edit more things. Let's say I'm trying to edit an advertisement for Instagram. I can create an Instagram story for the advertisement or a post. I'm sure you guys have already seen those Facebook posts where it would be like 3 squares next to each other and each photo is completing one another. This could be done very easily on Adobe XD and be applied very effectively. You can still create normal Instagram posts and stories for yourself, Twitter posts and headers, Facebook posts, Facebook covers, and YouTube videos. These are all very easy for you to use through Adobe XD, and you're able to edit your own style onto them. It is kind of trying to broaden what you can do with it, and they're trying to make the application less limited. Obviously, like I've mentioned, if you can't find the measurements you're looking for in any of these 3, you can very easily just put down a custom size and you will be ready to go. Going down here, you will find a lot of your recents, the things that you've opened, the things that you've used, and in case you still haven't created any, you won't have any recents just yet, but it's okay, you will build up more recents throughout time. Here we have some small things that Adobe have created for us. For example, discovering key features in Adobe XD, which will open up a tab that explains to us what is Adobe XD and what it is used for. Obviously, if you'd like, you can go through that, but for now, I will be helping you cover all these information throughout the course. So you don't need to worry and read through all of these articles, given that we will be discussing them very detailed ways and manners as possible. Then here we have the Learn tab, where another tab opens and it helps us get started. Here you can have some samples to get started with their step-by-step guide, which I will also be helping you to go through, but if you'd like to download something to work with, you can feel free to do that through this Adobe website. So you can look into the design aspects of it and get started. They're going to open the Design tab and they're going to give you here a practice file, where you can just go through the files and add stuff, but again, we will be covering all of these on our own, so we're gonna move on from that. We have the prototyping link as well, where they help you with the prototyping. You can also download the practice file for it, and we will go through the steps together. We have the components feature, which we will be discussing as we go through, as well as the collaboration feature. Now, obviously, if you want to have a more wide variety of what you want to do in the future, after learning the basics and getting to the expert side of Adobe XD, you can feel free to go through these options here and look into what else you can do using Adobe XD. What's very interesting is that after learning the basics, you're able to create such complex features, for example, progress circles, or make your banners pop and move, create things that are special. And again, we will be talking about how to get to this level at the very end of this course. Don't worry about that. You can very easily find topics about Adobe XD here. It is very interesting, and if you're more curious after finishing this course, I definitely encourage you to go through this tab. Now, moving on to our work, here we have the cloud documents, which are documents that I've created on this laptop or other laptops by using the same account that I'm using right now. I can go to the Shared with You tab and find any projects that are being shared with me. I can find deleted things or folders that I have gotten rid of, which is very useful. Sometimes you would find yourself deleting a file that you will need later, but you didn't think you would. And then you can manage your links to your projects from here. It is also going to open up a tab for you just to go through the work that you've published, but for now I haven't published or shared anything from XD, from this profile, so we're gonna just skip through that. And obviously you can open up any kind of folder on your computer. What's also very helpful about Adobe XD is that you can open files from XD, or you can open Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator files, as well as files from a program called Sketch. In case you don't have any Photoshop or Adobe Illustrator files or Sketch files, that's more than okay. Let's say I don't find my Adobe XD file here in my recents. I can very easily go to my computer, press on XD, and it will help me spot any XD file I would find and open it very easily. This is the very brief introduction for the Adobe XD homepage. The start screen could not get any simpler, and it presents you with anything you need, starting with a quick tutorial through Adobe XD, to creating a new design on your own, or start on designs that are pre-existent. And again, we would be looking at the samples and templates that are already ready-made. We will look into those much more deeply in another lesson, but don't worry, we will be discussing it because it will definitely make your life easier. And don't forget that, yes, Adobe XD might seem a bit intimidating, but trust me, this application is trying its best to be as simple and straightforward for its users because it is very essential for us to use when we're creating things such as websites, applications, blogs, portfolios, posts, and you will realize how crucial and how helpful it is by the end of this course. Now we're gonna move on to our next lesson. All right, everyone, welcome back. Now we're gonna be looking into the interface of Adobe XD. Now, just like we are planning the interface of an application or a website, I think it's very important to explore the interface of this application as a whole initially. And I'm gonna show you guys how they approach their interface just to show you a very quick example on how they are trying to approach the users that they're targeting, as well as how we would be approaching these things as well. Now, as you can see here, it looks like there's a lot happening, but in reality, this interface is extremely simple. And I will take you guys through it very easily in order for us to understand what is where exactly. So we're gonna start with the very left here, and this is the tools bar. It helps us navigate through what we are gonna look at. So initially we have the select button here, which helps us with the selection of objects. It gives us the actual mouse. We have shapes like the square, the ellipse, the triangle, the line, and the pen tool, as well as the text. And here we can create more artboards and frames. So this here is an artboard or a frame, and we can create more. I'm gonna tell you guys more about that in a minute. And here we have the zoom button. We are gonna look into the details of every single part of it very soon. Don't worry about that. And then we have the libraries where it could help us with some smaller details about our project. We're gonna talk about that. We have the layers, and finally we have the plugins. The plugins are also going to be discussed later on, but again, I'm just showing you the overall interface. Usually in Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, or any editing program, you would find the editing tools and stuff that are basic on the very left. Sometimes we're able to move them around, and some people prefer to place them in different areas. Sometimes, like for example, in Adobe After Effects or Premiere, you would find them right under the screen, somewhere around here. But because this is a kind of interface, so like it's still images that we will move later on, it's taking the format of the default design interface, which is Photoshop and Illustrator. On the very top, we have the normal menus. We have here the design mode, which keeps us in the designing of the interface mode, and then the prototype mode, which changes the mode into prototyping. So the prototyping mode just puts us in the prototyping mode. It kind of removes all the design aspects that we have here, and we will talk about that very soon. And then we have the share mode, which helps us with creating a sharing link in order for us to share with our clients and anyone else we're interested to share it with. Here we have some profile information, such as having our own file that is officially named. We can also do it through here. And then we have the preview mode where we preview on our phone. When we want to preview, for example, an application on our phone, we can very easily do it by pressing on this. And then we have the initial preview mode, which helps us preview the work that we did, but in real kind of version. So this is only a window that fits an iPhone 12 Pro Max screen. So anything I would be doing here would be translated on the screen directly. And we will be obviously talking about those details very soon. And then going to the right here, this is the properties window, and it changes according to what you are selecting. So initially I would be pressing on the artboard here or the frame, and it would give me the options for the frame. But if I do a rectangle here, the properties change according to what I have selected or created. We will also look more deeply into that very soon. Don't worry, don't panic. This is all just an overall look on this interface, because it's very important to get familiar with what you guys are going to be working with. And in this case, when we're working with something that is kind of simple, but it has some levels of sophistication, it is very important to get similar and understand everything that we are doing and what we are seeing right in front of us. Obviously, at the top, we have the main menu tabs, which we will also be talking about. Don't sweat it. But overall speaking, I just wanted to discuss with you guys very quickly the interface of this program. It is done in a similar way of other design programs, which makes it very, very easy to use. So like I've mentioned, usually in design programs, we have the editing options and tools on the left, and then we have the formatting options placed on the right. In this way, we are able to distinguish what we are doing at what time. So let's say this tool here or this panel is placed right next to these format boxes. It's kind of difficult for us to differentiate what we are doing because we are focused on two things that are next to each other. So if it's going to be placed here, I'm going to be confused on whether I wanted to press on the select button, or if I want to press on resizing the frame, and so on and so forth. So it's very important for them to make these two things distinguishable, and this is very important for an interface to show. Like we've mentioned, we want some familiarity as well as safety. So it makes it easier for me and more secure to know that I'm pressing on the square tool and then go to the other side and decide how big I want it to be or how small I want it to be. And these things really matter, especially for a designer who is new and who is still getting familiar with the placement of objects. And this is why I think it's very necessary for us to look through and understand why are these things placed here. So initially we have the document assets, which is a very general idea on what we are using in our project, which is very important, right? Let's say we have main colors that we are using in our application or website. We want very easy access to that, which is why it is very close to the easy access tools. When we are using things such that requires production, such as components, which we will discuss also very soon, we will need to have them next to the tools. So in components, you would have an icon, for example, that is saved already. And just like a square, you would want to drag the icon very quickly here. Or for example, character styles, and this applies to text. So when I'm trying to reach for the text, I can instead choose a character style from a text that I've done before here and drag it very quickly. So it makes complete sense to place this right next to the tools that produce things, because you can also produce things out of here. Meanwhile, on the right side, we are more focused on the format and the look of the item. So if I created a square here and I want to edit it, I can very easily understand that I can edit it here, but I cannot edit it here. Instead, I can add from this tab. So let's say I'm just going to add this as a component very quickly here. And I want to edit it. I'm not going to go here to edit the component. I'm going to go here to add a new component. Meanwhile, here is where I get to edit it and change it up, which is very simple, very interesting, and very straightforward. It helps us understand and grasp the concept that we need to understand just by simply placing it in a specific area. This also applies to websites and applications when you work with them. So let's say, for example, I have the options bar here where it takes me to home and feed and so on and so forth. Obviously, when I place the home button here, I'm gonna know that it's always gonna be here, and I'm gonna know that I can change windows from home to notifications to settings and so on and so forth from the bottom. But I'm gonna also know that, for example, creating a new post would be somewhere here, because this is where I navigate through different pages, and this is where I add new pages. I hope that this makes sense, because this is very simple subconscious rules. So when a person knows that this is where they're gonna add a new post, it's going to be difficult for them to understand that this is also where they're going to add a new post. They have to differentiate where does which come. So I'm going to, for example, place the logo here, and then maybe a hamburger menu here, and then I'm going to know that this is the official association to the website. So I have the logo here, and when I click on the hamburger menu, another menu comes up to the side, which shows me more things about the website itself. So when you divide a website, you look at it like that. So this is the things that are in the website. The logo defines what the website is, and the hamburger menu shows you what does the website contain, which is very important. And then later on here, I could post things, add things. So this is the area, this entire area here would be completely dedicated to the user's actions. It would be dedicated to you adding a new post. It would be dedicated to you commenting, liking, sharing, and so on and so forth. In this way, I know that this is where I get to interact and do my own thing. But here is where I get to see, where I get to find what I need. And same thing goes to the bottom. This is where I navigate through different pages. All these are very important in order for us to understand that a viewer does not directly need to see that they are able to differentiate, but at the same time, it's their subconscious that we're trying to appeal to. We are trying to show their subconscious that this is the area that they get to work on. And slowly, without us telling them that here is where you post, here is where you press, and here is where you also press, they are going to slowly understand it on their own, which makes a interface even greater. You want to be as straightforward and clear as possible to any kind of viewer in order to avoid any kinds of mistakes, mix-ups, and so on and so forth. So, long story short, an interface is very important on how a user will use it. When we are in the middle of studying an interface, especially since this application is very dedicated to the way things look, it is dedicated to interfaces and how the people are going to use your application. They also have the task of having a simple interface for us as their users. It's a very interesting loophole, and it's a very nice connection, because just like we are trying to reach our audience, we are their audience. We are Adobe XD's audience, and they are trying to reach us in a simple way that would be very helpful and easy for us. Obviously, I'm here to make it even easier, but thanks to Adobe XD, everything is already very simple and straightforward. Now we're going to move on to looking at deeper details about Adobe XD, So let's get going. So we have discussed a very general idea of the interface, and I would love to get into deeper detail on each section of the interface. We're going to start with the menu options that are usually at the top. Sometimes they're going to be placed on the very top without going upwards in MacBooks as well as on normal Windows computers. I'm just going to go through them very quickly to show you guys the small features and help you understand what you can do with the menu area over here. Initially here we have some information about XD when we press on XD, and then we have preferences. It could be language. You can change to whatever language suits you best. We're here using English now, but feel free to follow in any other language that suits you. It's going to be the same exact menu, the same exact keys and all of that, so don't worry if you want to use it with your own language. We have the option of showing productivity tips. So if I turn it on, it's going to keep showing me tips when I open new menus that I have never opened before. So for example, I would press on share and they would give me something here that talks about sharing, or I would press on prototype and it would start talking to me about prototyping. It could be a nice way to get more familiar with the program, but I will be also helping you with doing that. So if you prefer to just listen to me, feel free to remove this tick. And then we have the auto create link when sharing. This is out of creating links to give away to other people like clients and all of that. And this creates a link straight away when I want to share. You can also remove that if you want to keep your limited number of shares very limited, because you have a specific number of files you can share when using the free version of Adobe XD. If you want to save up on the links, you can just untick this and it will not create any links to share automatically. It will only create the links when you press on the sharing option. And then we have services. We don't have anything here currently, but just in case, for example, you have a bug or anything, this is where services comes in handy, as well as going to your settings and giving the application access to something that you can't give access to. Obviously here you can hide XD, but this is from the toolbar at the bottom. And if you want extreme productivity and you don't want to see any kind of applications at the bottom here, you just want to work, you don't want any distractions, you can just hide others, which is also a very good feature. After hiding, this option here can be clicked on, which is show all. Through this option, you can obviously go back to showing all of the tools at the bottom after hiding it. And finally, you can quit XD by pressing on this, or you can very simply just press on the quit button. Moving on to file, here you can create a new file, obviously, if you're not satisfied with this one, or if you want to create something on the side. We have the open button when you want to open maybe a file, a photo, and so on and so forth. You can open from your computer if you don't want to mix things up here, because over here you can open from a USB drive, a hard disk, and so on and so forth. But from here, it's just directly from your computer. There's Open Recent, which includes very recent projects that you've been working on. You have the Get UI kits. Now, a few videos ago, we talked about the UI kits, which come from the official website. This is also a great shortcut to get the UI kits. You can get the Apple iOS kit, the Material Design kit, wireframes, or you can just press on more UI kits, which will direct you straight into the UI kits page. It's very easy and very straightforward. Now, going back to the menu, you can manage your libraries And this is very important with the links especially, because when you're trying to publish a link or any of that, this is where you get to do it. But keep in mind that you can do it almost all around this program, so it is not limited to just the file. You can also change up links. Maybe you would want to delete a project and so on and so forth, and this is all very easily done through Manage Libraries. You can close this file here, you can rename it, you can save it, or save as, and this happens when, for example, I already have it saved, but I want to save it as a different file, or I want to save it in another location without closing the application, because when you want to move an application around your computer and your program is already open, you will have to close it. So what you can do instead is save as and save it in the new location you want to save it in. And then we have save as a local document, which makes it very limited to your computer. You can also save it as different things, so it's kind of very similar to export, where you can export it into different aspects, but you have more options here. We have revert to saved. So sometimes we save and then we keep working, right? So let's say I just created a square here and I saved it. And then I created a rectangle here, and I didn't like how I added a rectangle, and I have done so many things, like I've colored it, I have moved it here, I've moved it there. So to keep undoing, it's gonna be annoying because you're just gonna keep undoing until like you're back to the first step. So what you would do here is you would revert to saved, which will take you to the last point that you saved in. So if I saved it at this point, it will take me back directly here. And then we have show document history. And through here, it will show you every time you saved. So it will show you that at 12 p.m. you saved this, and then at 12:30 p.m. you saved this, and then at 1 p.m. you saved this. It shows you every step that you've taken, just in case you want to go back to a specific step that you want. This is very useful because sometimes after editing for a really long time, we find ourselves not liking what we've done and preferring a draft that we have done earlier. And in this case, you can very easily look through the history and see which draft did you like best. I liked it better before I changed the color of everything to blue from red. So I can go to document history and look at the time that I've colored it as red, and very simply just press on it and bring it back. Instead of undoing everything and instead of just changing everything back, you can go through the history and you will directly have access to the original thing that you've done. Then we have export, where we get to export our frames as a batch, or the selected frames, or all artboards, or to After Effects. Saving it into After Effects is actually very interesting because through there you get to have kind of a preview video on how to use the application, which is great. There is a feature where you get to record how to use your application or website. And after recording it, you can very easily export it to After Effects, and from there you would have a very cool review video of your application or website, and it's very, very useful and very well done. We will look into this in the future. And obviously we have import in case you want to import a file that you have downloaded, or if you want to import something into the file itself. It's all done through import. If we want to import a component, anything that will help with the application, we can do it through this option. Now moving on to the edit option here, and this has to do merely with the actions that we do within the program. So first of all, we can undo anything that we do. We can also redo anything that we do. Obviously, I will be using the shortcuts more often because they are easier to do. So we can see the shortcuts for everything as I'm going through these. The only difference between PC and MacBook are the keys. So for example, this here is my command. I think it's probably gonna be like Shift or Option for Windows. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But this is the MacBook version, and you can very clearly find your shortcuts on PC when opening it. Usually it's Control instead of Command. So when I say Command C, Command V, it's usually Control C, Control V for PC users. So don't worry too much about the differences. So for example, here we have Command Shift Z. Usually it would be for PC, Control Shift Z, and so on and so forth. Anyways, we can copy, we can cut, copy SVG code, which applies to objects. So this has more to do with front and back end developers. When I press on something, I can copy its code so that I can apply it on a real application or a real website when I am kind of producing it, which is a great feature. It's very helpful for when we want the front or back end developers to work on our project. We have paste appearance, which is a very cool feature. So let's say I have this square over here, and I'm gonna color it, I'm gonna make it black, right? And then I have a circle, and I don't know, I have multiple circles, right? I'm gonna be too lazy to color them all black, especially since I want them to have the same identity as the box. Let's give it a border, give it a red border, and make the size 5, right? Maybe this is too bright. We don't want to hurt anyone's eyes. Let's make it pink. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna copy Command C, and I'm gonna just press on everything that I want to have the same options to get, and I'm just gonna paste appearance, and it's gonna give them the same exact things that I've given the first shape that I have copied. It's very similar to the eyedrop tool on Illustrator. Usually when you use the eyedrop tool and you press on the object, it pastes everything about the object, including the strokes and so on and so forth, which is very cool. So this is a very interesting feature that you should hold on to, just in case you want to have a uniform appearance of objects and so on and so forth. This is gonna help you big time. Obviously, we have duplicate for any shape that we want to duplicate. We want the same exact looking shape, so I'm gonna Command D or Control D for duplicate, and what I'm gonna do is just grab it. I can very simply just click on it and it has duplicated, and just drag it. It's very easy and very straightforward. And then we have delete, which can also be done on the keyboard with the delete button. We can select all by selecting everything on the artboard, and deselect all by deselecting everything on the artboard. So let me just go back again, select all. Now everything in this artboard is selected, and if I want to deselect, it's done like that. I can also select all by clicking and dragging through the artboard. This is the easier way for me. And just pressing on the backspace. All of these things have shortcuts, but as beginners, it's more than okay to go back to the windows, maybe learn the shortcuts, or just press on the button. It's okay. So having the spelling and grammar activated will actually help us a lot, especially if English is not our first language and we're trying to create an English website. It will help us with dictating whether our text is correct or not, and we can do that by start dictation. When starting dictation, this option is very interesting because we can just click on it and start talking, and it will type and translate directly what we're saying. So for example, I will say, hello there, how are you? The dictation will paste it straight away. A very nice shortcut, but for accuracy purposes, sometimes our computers or laptops can't really take what we say very clearly. It's better to type everything. Moving on to the Object menu tab here, and we have a lot to look at in Object, but it is very useful, I promise you that. So what we're gonna do here is, for example, group. So let's say I have these two objects here that I want them to be grouped together, right? What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna press on both of them, select both of them. I could either click or drag, or just press and hold shift, the shift button on your keyboard, and press on the other object, and both of them are gonna be selected. And then I can group them. By grouping them, they're now one object together, which is great. And if I want to edit something, even though they're one object, I can either ungroup them and then they will be back to being separate, or what I can do here is, now I group them back again, what I can do is I can click on it and then I can double click, and now I have the separate version, but they're still grouped. So when I'm done editing, I can press out and they're still grouped. It's pretty cool. And then we have lock. When we lock something, we cannot edit it. We can't move it around, we can't do anything. And this is very nice, especially if I have a background or a shape that I want to keep without moving. I can very simply just lock it, and after locking it, I just can't touch it anymore. And when I don't touch it anymore, it's better for me because I want to place things on top of it or around it, and sometimes I can find myself accidentally clicking on it. So having the lock option is very nice, very good and useful. And then we have hide, where we just hide an object. Let's just hide it. And this helps us with clearing up what we want to see. Obviously in the layers here we can see it again and unhide it. We're going to talk about the layers very soon, don't worry about that. And then we have add color to assets. So when we have this color here, I'm going to go to the assets, which is black and pink, what we can do is we can add the color to assets, and these two colors are going to be added onto our assets menu, which we will talk about. And from there we are able to extract these two colors for other objects. So let's say I want to create a triangle here, but I don't want to copy this exact format. I want this color. I can very easily just press on it and it's colored, it's filled. It's a very interesting option and it's very, very helpful. We have add character style to assets, and this is for text. Let's say I'm using a font and I can't memorize its name. Its name is too complicated, or I'm using too many fonts to remember all their names. Adding the character style is very useful. We can make component, which we will talk about as well. We can edit main component, which we will also talk about, but it edits the main object that we added into the component. And then we can reset to main state. So let's say I have this pressed here and I first initially made it into normal circles, right? What I can do is I can reset it to main state. It's not working now because they're grouped. But when resetting it to the main state, it helps me take back what it is. Let's say, for example, I added a picture and I stretched it. I can reset it to the main state so that it would go back to its normal size, which is very helpful and nice. We can mark for export, meaning this point is a point that I think I'm confident enough to export in, and then I can keep working, because after working I would want to export another version of it. So this is very helpful for that case. We have reveal color in assets, so let's say I can't find this color in the assets. It's gonna help me find it over here. They're gonna select the colors, but because we only have 2 colors now, it selected all the colors. And then we have reveal character style, same thing but for text. Reveal component, same thing but for components. We have the mask with shape. Now, when we want to mask something, it kind of goes like Adobe Illustrator, where 2 objects are masked together. It's not going to be shown much here because it's usually done with an image. So let's say an image is right in front of the circle. I can press on mask with shape, and then the image will be a circle. We will look into that very soon, don't worry about it. We will get back to most of these that we can't select right now. We can make repeat grid, which is when I create, for example, a photo with text under it, and I want to make more of these. I can make repeat grid and just click and drag, and it will make a lot of the same photo and text, photo and text. We will also do that again very soon. We can make a scroll group, which is having a group. For example, let's say I have a section here dedicated to a catalog where the user is gonna scroll through, like do this as they're like scrolling through the application. This is where this option would help. We can do it as horizontal scrolling, vertical scrolling, or both. Then we have the path tool, and this is very inclusive of the pen tool, which we will also look into very soon. We have the text tool, which helps us make our text bold, italic, underline it, put a line through it, which is strike through. We can make them all uppercase, lowercase, title case. We can make them into like superscripts, which is kind of like a heading, and then subscript is a subheading. We can increase and decrease font size through here, but also these options are going to be available in the property format tab on the left, on the right. And then we have arrange, which helps us bring an object to the front, forward, backward. So let's say I want the square to come to the front. So I'm just going to arrange, bring to the front, and now it's in front of the circle. And then we have transform, which helps us flip this shape, for example. So let's say I want it to flip horizontally. Obviously, it didn't show much. Let's flip it vertically. See, they just flipped into the vertical side, and they changed spots because they were flipped. And then we have the align to pixel grid, which we will talk about. There will be grids and so on and so forth. So aligning our objects to the pixel grid will be very useful in case you want to go and design your application or website according to a grid. And then we have align, where we can align our objects to the left, to the right. We can center them. So let's say I want them to be left aligned to the website. So now wherever I move it, or however much I kind of make this bigger, it's gonna stay left aligned and it's not gonna move because it's supposed to be aligned to the left. And then we have the distribute, where it also is placed in a specific pattern. So I'm just gonna, it's not gonna apply for this one because it is not a pattern, but it happens on designs that we would like to have go horizontally, vertically. It's a specific pattern of designs. Now we have plugins, and this is more dedicated for front and back end developers, and it's because they are trying to get the developer tools and program it into a real application or website. So we will not be playing around with the plugins option because we are focusing on the usage of the application and not developing our design into a real application or website. And then we have the view, which helps us a lot, especially with the artboard. We can zoom in, zoom out, but you can do that also with your keyboard, Command plus or Command minus, or Control plus, Control minus for Windows users. We can have the window be 100%, which is the complete window filling up our tab. We can do 200%, zoom to selection, zoom to fit all, which fits the entire screen normally. We have enter full screen, which gets the entire application to be in full screen. Switch workspace, which helps us, so when I press on switch workspace, currently I'm in the design format. When I switch workspace, it changes to prototype, and it can do the same when I press on it again. It goes back to share and then design. So it goes in this pattern, but for easier access, we can just press here. We don't need to worry about that option much. We can see the libraries, the layers, and the plugins. Obviously, if you don't want to see the libraries, if you're bothered by it, you can unselect it, but I think it's very important, so we keep it. The layers and plugins are here. If you want them to be always visible, you can do that, but I prefer having the libraries always open first, and I can very easily switch to the others whenever I want to. And then we have the guides, which really has to do with grids, so we are still not going to look through that just yet. We can show layout grid, which shows us a general grid on how we would want to place our objects as rows. We can change that here, but we will look more into that when we are looking at this part of the interface. And then we can just hide it. We can show 3D transforms, and this is also a very complex feature. We can look into it maybe later on through the course, but for now it's not our main focus. And then hide live cursors, and this happens while sharing your project. If you are sharing it and there are several people using it and looking through, moving your mouse, you don't want to be distracted by it, so you would just hide the live cursors and work on your part very smoothly without any disturbance. Finally, we have window, where we minimize, zoom, move the window, and this is for the entire program. We can preview the window, which is previewing this artboard here, and we can record video, and this happens when we want to record and preview, like show a preview of how our application works. We can also do it here. We will also look into that by the end when we finish up our project. And then we can bring all to the front. I don't think this is going to be used or very necessary, but this just brings everything to the front of the artboard, which can make it exit the artboard, so maybe we wouldn't mess around with this much. And then obviously the file name. And finally here, for MacBook users, we have this help feature. I don't think PC users have that specifically, but here's just in case I'm losing something. So maybe I would write undo, and it would help me find where to undo something. It's a very helpful tab, especially since sometimes as a new user you would forget where everything is. You could very easily go to help and type it, and it will help you find it. And then here are more details about the program. You can check what's new, especially with the program after the update. What does it have to offer? You can provide feedback about the application, obviously. If you are not enjoying the interface, or if you're having a problem with finding something, you could obviously give feedback about the program through the help bar. You have user guide, productivity tips, a lot of different things, and also you get a lot of access to your account through the help bar here. This is it for the menu bar. I hope that everything was helpful. In case you guys find yourselves get lost and you can't use the help bar, this is for PC users in case they don't have that. Just think about everything very logically, right? If I want to edit something about my object, like I want to copy the object or paste it and so on and so forth, I want to group them. When I look at them as objects, I get to go to object, but if I want to edit something about an object, like copy a style and so on and so forth, obviously that's an edit. It's gonna take time. Don't be nervous about not knowing where the placement of everything is. This is us going as slow as we can and make sure that we are able to master every single option as well as we could. And good things take time, so don't worry about it and just take it slow. And let's move on to the next aspects of this interface.
Hi there! Congratulations on getting this far. I hope you're enjoying the course and starting to see some awesome results. If you liked the tutorial so far and want to check out the extended version of the course, head to the description box below, where you will find our full Adobe XD Beginner to Advanced course with more than 30 lectures and many more projects to complete. Now, let's continue.
Alright, so now that we've went through the menu bar here, we're gonna go ahead and move on to the toolbar. Now, I know that this is a little bit detailed compared to a normal course, but I would very much prefer for us to cover these small details in order for us to move and start designing very easily and very effectively. And this is very important for us because we want to be aware of our surroundings and be able to use these tools knowing what they do before I get to do it. So for example, let's say I didn't discuss the menu bar and I just create a square. You guys will look at me using these options and you're gonna go like, okay, I understand, but it will be difficult to remember. So I'm gonna lock this object and I'm gonna go on, and you're gonna forget because I didn't focus on the object lock option or feature. So I think it's very important for us to go step by step and look at the tools that are given to us one by one. Now, I'm gonna look through these tools very quickly because they are very simple and very straightforward. Nothing much to give away here, but obviously we know this is the select button, and through this button we are able to select anything from our frame to our shapes. We can even move around things. We can move around the frame even. We're able to do anything with the select tool. And then we have this rectangle tool here. We can create rectangles with it as well as squares. And for us to get an accurate square, what we can do is we can press on shift. I'm pressing on shift right now and just drag, and it keeps creating a square with perfectly equal dimensions. And another thing that we can do is we can press on option and then start creating our shapes. And when I press on option, it focuses on the center that I press on. So now I'm pressing option and I want to create a square in the middle. I'm just creating a square from the middle of this rectangle here. This is a close idea of a square. I can't get it accurately without shift, but you get the point. Same thing with the circle tool. So we can do an ellipse. It's mainly called an ellipse tool. So with it you can create any kinds of circular shapes. And for us to create a perfect circle, we just press on shift. I'm pressing on shift right now. And here we have a perfect circle. And if you want to create something from the center, I'm pressing an Option right now and Shift, and it's going to be a perfect circle from the center. Pretty cool, I think. I really enjoy this feature because it helps us, especially since sometimes we can't tell where the center is, so we would create a circle and then move it to the center, and this is less time consuming. Same thing obviously with the triangle. It helps us create any triangular shape, and it could be stretched. In order for us to have it be a perfect triangle, I'm pressing on Shift right now. And we can also do something in the center by pressing on Option. I'm here now pressing on Option and Shift for it to be a perfect triangle. And it grew. This is not a perfect circle, I think, so it's not gonna align very perfectly, but you get my point. And then we have the line tool, and this one gives us straight lines really, and it helps a lot with producing lines, obviously. Sometimes maybe the line could be a bit tilted, so in order for us to have a perfectly straight line, we will just press on Shift and click and drag, and it's done either horizontally, vertically, or diagonally. So we have, this is while I'm pressing on Shift, I'm just moving my mouse and it moves according to however I want. One very interesting feature, I think, is the pen tool, and it works very similarly to Adobe Photoshop and Illustrator. It can create points of anything that we want. So let's say I want to create a, I don't know, zigzag shape or something. And it could be done very effectively using the pen tool. And when I'm done and I want this line to go, I just press on Escape, ESC, on your keyboard, and there you have a normal shape now that you've created on your own. The pen tool also offers curving line features. So here I created a line, but I still didn't create it, but I would want to curve it. So before releasing the mouse, I could just drag, click and drag, and now I have created a curve. And it could keep going on and on for however long you would want it to be, and then press on Escape when you're done, and now you have a curvy line. You can create almost any kind of shape using the pen tool, which is pretty cool. You can also create squares. So I'm pressing on Shift here so that the line doesn't move around too much. I want it to be straight. Pressing on Shift, Shift, Shift. I mean, you can't accurately assume that it's a square, but you can tell that it's a closed shape. You can create a triangle. You can create anything really with the usage of the pen tool, which is very cool. It's very flexible. You can create something curvy. Any kind of shape that you would like, really. I'm just messing around at this point just to show you guys the features of the pen tool. And then we have the text tool. And one thing that you should know about the text tool is that it's very practical. So let's say I just press on the screen and I start typing. Let's make it bigger so that we can see. Hello, everyone. My day is going well. What about yours? And then here, as you can see, my text box has been expanding more and more. Have a wonderful day. It keeps going, right? But in the case where I want it to be limited to a space, let's say I have created a square, or generally I just want the text to end somewhere. What I'm going to do with the text tool is I'm going to click and drag, and now I have created a range for the text. So let's just click and drag here. Hello, everyone. my day is going well. As you can see here, now that I have created this box, the text stays inside of it. And this is very useful for when we have a specific range for text, especially when it comes to grids. When I have a specific grid that I want to place my text inside, it's very important for me to highlight that. Otherwise, it could just go around to whichever length it could go. It could keep going straight. And I think it could be useful for when you want to have some sort of horizontal scrolling in your website. But otherwise, I think it's very important for us to specify a range on where we are going to place our text. I think this is a very important feature. So let's say I want to add text inside this box here. I'm just going to create a square and write, oh, sorry, I pressed on it. This is a rectangle. As you can see, it didn't leave the rectangle or square, whichever shape it looks like more. And it helps us with maintaining a clean look because we are able to put a specific limit. And we're going to talk about the placement of objects very soon, but I'm just giving you a proper idea on how to work with these things. Next up, we have the artboard tool, and with this we are able to create any kinds of new artboards. Let's say I want to create a banner that will pop up in my website, right? It's going to pop up here, and I've created a banner for it using the artboard tool, and I design it, and later on I can edit it into coming into this area of the website. Similarly, we can also create duplicates of this artboard. So let's say I want to create another web artboard, and this one's the 1920. So I'm going to press here and go to the properties and get another artboard, which is cool. So here, for example, I'm designing the home page, and then here I'm designing the About Us page, for example. And this is a banner. Maybe I'm going to create an artboard for the burger menu, like the menu that pops up on the side of the website. This is all done through the artboard tool. And when I create it, after prototyping, it would appear like that, for example, and then slide out. Or these would appear as advertisements, and then you can press on X and they would leave the page, and so on and so forth. These are very important and very, very practical. And then we have the zoom option, which we can very easily do by just clicking and dragging, or we can just use the command plus or control plus control minus. Personally, I use my laptop mouse, like the mouse that is on the laptop itself, because it's easier for me. But for the people with PCs, you can obviously always zoom in and out using this tool here. And that's about it. Obviously, here we have the libraries, the layers, and the assets bars, but I want to dedicate specific videos for them because they are very important on their own individually. And I think it's definitely very important for us to look into these things separately because they all cover different topics about the user interface design. Overall speaking, these are all very simple and basic tools to use. For any new designers who haven't experienced design before, it might be a bit intimidating. Maybe you think these might be a bit too much to look into, but I'm here to reassure you and tell you that these are the simplest tools that we could have in a design software, which is great. What is very special about Adobe XD is that it's providing us with tools as simple and straightforward as possible. So if you're a new UX or UI designer, or a new designer in general, it's given to you very easily that you can just edit the way that you would like or the way that you would enjoy without feeling like there are too many tools. Because sometimes when opening Photoshop, when opening Illustrator, you see a bar full of tools and you get intimidated. You feel like you need to know everything, you feel like you don't know enough, and sometimes it makes you feel bad. But in this case, I think it's quite straightforward, which is great, and slowly enough, you will be able to use these tools very easily. Again, like I said, they're very simple and extremely flexible, so we won't be needing to worry about any of them. We will take things as slow and well as possible for all kinds of designers who are trying to learn new things from this course. So let's not stall anymore and move on to the properties panel. Now that we have went through all of the tools that we need, the basic tools, we are now going to move on to the properties panel. The properties panel is very necessary for us and it is very beneficial. We will be using it almost the entire time. It helps us with defining our objects and designing it in a very proper way. The properties panel changes according to what you have selected, which is a very useful way to approach such editing tool. So let's say I'm pressing on the frame now, this entire artboard here. And here we can see that it has some very limited options, but still good enough for what we will need to edit this frame. For example, we have the width and the height of the object, as well as the X and the Y axis on where it is in the artboard. This gray area here is the entire artboard of our project, and technically this artboard is a frame. The frame is what defines what we put inside our projects and so on and so forth. We will get more deeply into that very soon, don't worry. So if I put the height here to be 2000, you're going to notice how this size also changes, and it's because we have the lock here, the lock aspect. And this helps with having our screen be as equal as possible, especially when your width and height of the screen that you're targeting has to be equal, however much you resize it. And in this case, if we want to, for example, create a scrollable website where we scroll through it, we would unlock it and drag this frame down here. And what this does is it shows us, for example, that this specific frame is originally at 1920 and 1080. So as we're moving here, we have this small line that shows us that our height, the original height, is at 1080. So it shows us how the screen is, and here will be the extra content that the viewer will have when they scroll down the website. This is a very cool feature that other design softwares like Figma don't have. So it makes it very easy for you to estimate how big the website is going to be. And then later on, as you're designing, you can design within the frame. And when you view the project, let's have this very quickly, you're able to scroll through it without having an extra space. So the original frame is there and we can scroll for more. Softwares like Figma don't have it, which makes design on it sometimes very difficult because it gets very complex. And again, what Adobe XD does is it makes it extremely easy and familiar for you to use in order to avoid complications. Moving on, we have the portrait or landscape kind of mode for our artboard, but obviously since we are using a PC, it's usually gonna be in landscape mode. Yes, there are some PCs that are recently gotten into the portrait mode. It obviously depends on what kind of website or gaming app that you're using, but usually this is the default. For phones, you can have some landscape modes, but obviously the default is going to be portrait. Now we have the responsive rasterize, the responsive resize, which helps us with resizing everything as we go. So since these things were placed in the center of the artboard, they're going to remain at the center of the artboard as we resize it, which is very cool. But usually we would have that off because we are gonna stick to the size of the PC. But let's say I want to design on an iPhone 12 and then I'm gonna design on an iPhone 7. Because the screen is smaller, this tool would be very useful because as you stretch the screen, it applies it to the bigger screen and the smaller screen just the same. Obviously, you will have to play around with the size of the objects, but it is very useful for placement. Next up, we have the scrolling, which obviously when you have a website and you have like more space and access, you would have the vertical scrolling. But if you are gonna have excess space from the right, you can also have horizontal scrolling. But this feature is not showing because we aren't placing anything on the side yet. And then the viewpoint height, like I've mentioned before, let's just remove this lock here. Like I mentioned before, we have the height here as 1080 because it's the default. This is the original screen size that we have chosen, but we can also change it according to whatever screen we want. Sometimes it could be let's say 2000, and it's gonna move to 2000. Because it's not within the frame, it changed, but you see what I mean. So that's that. And then we have the appearance, which is the artboard's fill. We can have like colorful websites. Maybe sometimes the base of the website would be this color, and then I would add more to the website as I move into it. And then we have the grid, which is very useful when you want to plan how you want to place your objects. So I'm gonna do, for example, no, 2 is too little. Let's take it back to 8. Here you can see the entire grid, but the color of the grid here is not very distinguishable. So let's just do this. So here we can see that the grid is shown, and according to it you can place your objects. So you could snap your objects to the grid and have it be very neat, and especially if you want to have a specific type of layout. So when you have a layout, you have specific columns. Let's say I'm gonna do in this website 3 columns, right? This is where the articles are gonna show, and then we have the text, which shouldn't go outside this column. And after removing the grid, you will have a specific style. So let's just copy paste this very quickly. You will see that there is this kind of pattern that is happening when you remove the grid. It shows very clearly. And so grids are very useful, especially when you want your website to have a very extremely professional approach. I think it's very, very useful, and you can play around with the number of columns. You can do like 4 columns. You can have the gutter width, which is between these, be maybe like 30. And then the column width, it's automatic according to how big this is. And then, you can change the styles of the columns. You can use default. You can make this grid the default grid for your website, and so on and so forth. We've gone through the properties of frames, but what will require a greater amount of detail is the properties of our shapes, our text, and the elements that we have within the website. So let's start with looking at the properties of shapes. I'm gonna go ahead and have this be without any fill, for example, and give it a thicker border, 10. Let's go one by one. So we have these here, which helps a lot with the alignment of objects. So here we are gonna press on these two shapes, and let's say I want to center them. I've created these two very random shapes. I placed them randomly, but I want them to be centered together. I just press on the center here and then center it here again, and they are centered with each other. It's pretty cool. It helps you with the alignment of your objects very, very easily, which I find great. So I'm gonna go back to selecting it. You can find them be aligned to anything very easily. So let's say I want to align this to the top of the frame here. It goes up very easily, maybe to the bottom, maybe to the left, to the right, to the center. It's perfect. It helps you align everything to the center. It's all according to what you would prefer, which is pretty cool. Let's take these, move them around a little. So for shapes, you can have a repeat grid for the shape, which helps you repeat the squares. It kind of helps with, for example, I want to create a catalog, right? And this catalog is going to keep getting scrolled, and the viewer is going to keep scrolling, and this helps you have a shortcut on how you want a grid to be done, which is very cool, I think. And then when we have the creation of two objects being placed with each other, this is something that you would also see on Illustrator. You could group them together by adding the shape to each other, by subtracting the shape from each other, by kind of having them linked together in the intersection point, or just subtract each other in the intersection point. Very useful, and we're going to look more into it when we create icons, which is very exciting. It's going to be in the design chapter. But overall speaking, this is very useful when you want to create groups and icons and so on and so forth. Here we can also create a component out of these two shapes. So let's say I'm going to center them to each other here. And I want this to be an icon that I'm going to be using a lot. So I'm going to just create a component. And now I just have this shape as a component. I can a component could be a logo, could be an icon, could be something that is crucial for you to use. And we are going to look more into the concept of components very soon, so don't panic too much about that. And then obviously we have the sizing of the objects. It's unlocked, but we can lock it and have it still be a square when I change size, or a circle. So let's say 200. And they change the width and height together, as well as the x-axis and the y-axis, because they grow bigger. We can also have them tilt, so let's say 20 degrees, and now they're tilted. Obviously we can't see the circle tilted because it's a circle, but you understand what I mean. We can mirror them vertically, horizontally, but there's nothing to mirror horizontally, but that's that. And then we can have them have a horizontal scroll in the page, or a vertical scroll, or just generally horizontal and vertical scroll, but this is for things that bleed out of the page. We can also have fixed position when scrolling, meaning while I'm scrolling up and down, these two will stay in the page. So let me show you an example. So, oh wait, I'm sorry. I'm just gonna make this bigger. And then as I'm scrolling, they're gonna stay on the center of the page or in their original placement. And these are very helpful when it comes to maybe, for example, the logo bar, because sometimes you would want the menu bar to scroll with you as you go. It's a very, very useful tool, and I definitely think you guys should remember this option especially. So we're gonna have the responsive resize off on, but we can have it manual where we want it to be at the top of the page. So as we are resizing, these objects are gonna be at the top of the page. Maybe like we would have a fixed width and height so that as we resize, they're at the top part of the page. We can also have them automatic where it just moves according to what is seen best for the page. And then we have the, I'm just gonna close this. And then we have the appearance, so we can play with the opacity of the shapes. Very good for maybe menu bars. We will work on that. And then we have this mode here, which we can also see in both Photoshop and Illustrator, where, for example, let's say I have a photo or something that would help. Let's change this color to maybe pink or something. I'm sorry I've been using so much pink, but I'm trying to have something that would be cooperative here with my example. So let's say I'm gonna select these two objects here and I want them to lighten. Maybe that won't work. Okay, overlay, for example, they're gonna blend with each other as well as the background, and it helps with whichever type of effect you want to obtain for a style of your website or application. It could be very useful. We would be able to use it with images maybe sometime in the future. And then we have the fill and border. Obviously, we can just use the eyedrop tool and choose a fill color that we like, or we can just press on the box here and give it whatever fill color we want. Or if we don't want the fill, we can just unselect the box here and we would only have a border for this object. But let's give this a fill so that we can have two different objects here. And we can remove the border. So this one has no borders and this one is just a border. We can play around with the size. We can mess around with the gap between maybe the circle, but it's not very useful and it's not very practical. Finally, these are all with the edging and how we would want the strokes to be like. So I'm gonna go ahead and create a square very quickly here. And I want to show you guys this very interesting feature. We can click and drag on the circles here and play around with the sharpness of the square, which is cool. Sometimes we can make buttons out of these, you know, very interesting. Or we can straight up just play with the sharpness of it from this option, these options here. So we can go for a more rounded kind of end. It helps us definitely a lot with the borders. So let me give it a 20 border. And here you can see that the border itself is curving up or sharp, kind of like a frame. And this way, this inner side is not affected. This is still sharp, this part here, but this part is rounded up, for example. This is different than when I round up this part here, and then the insides are rounded up with the outsides. So these details can be very interesting, and it could change. For example, here I would want to have the inner sides to be more circular. It's not working out because it's small, but we can play around with this later on. Moving on, we have the effects, which are inner shadows. Let's remove the border here. Inner shadows, which we can see, we can have like a hint of shadow here, and we can play around with it. Y could be 5, X could be maybe 2. You can see some here and here, as well as a drop shadow. Maybe we can do 10, 10. You can see it adds a very cool effect sometimes if you would like to explore these, as well as background blurs. So we can create objects to blur a background. So I'm gonna just remove these very quickly. Let's say I have an image here. What I can do is I can use the shape as a blur for the background in case I want something to pop up here. Let's say an advertisement or a welcome message, and we want the entire background to be blurred so that the user is not distracted by the background. This could be very useful, but I wouldn't be using it for now. Obviously, I'm trying to demonstrate. But you can control the amount of blur, you can control the brightness of the blur, and the transparency of the blur, and so on and so forth. And then you can mark for export, which we will talk about while exporting an object. This is what properties we are offered when it comes to shapes. It is a bit different when it comes to text. So as you can see here, text is very similar to shapes except for the text part, obviously. So here we have our font options. We are given all fonts that are available on our computers, laptops, PCs. So I can choose from anything within my library, which is very cool. Here we can play around with the size. This is too small, let's do a 40. And then here we can play with the thickness. So I can do like semi-bold for this one, or regular. We can go for another font here to show you guys the different styles. Let's make it 80 so that it's not too small, but as you can see, it has the italics version. It all depends on the weights of the fonts that you have on your computers. And then we have the vertical spacing between each letter, as well as the spacing between each line. So let's say I'm gonna make it into 70. Gets the text closer. And then we can have some sort of like spacing between each line, but I don't think it's very applicable because it's not big text. But anyways, we can have it be at the center of the text box, left aligned, right aligned, depends on your preference. And then because we have this text box here that we've created, it says fixed size, but I can change that into a vertical or horizontal kind of size, depending on how far I prefer my text to go. Sometimes, you know, you would want it to go as far as the current text is, or you would want it to stretch, and you would want it to have this sort of spacing. Some people are into these kinds of designs, but I wouldn't really use it much. And then obviously we have the uppercase letters or lowercase when we press on it again, or we can straight up press on this. And here we have the capitalizing the first word kind of thing. We can have this is a subtext, like on top of something, or maybe text at the bottom of something. let's remove this. We have the underline and the strike through the text. And that's about it. Everything else in the text bar is extremely similar to shapes. We can have shadows for the text, we can have drop shadows, inner shadows, and so on and so forth. And that's about it for the properties panel. I know that this has been a lot to get through, especially for newcomers who are new to design. But again, this is something for you to learn that is extremely familiar to a lot of different programs, such as Adobe Photoshop, Adobe Illustrator, and you might even have noticed these features for text in maybe Microsoft Word, Microsoft PowerPoint, any kind of simple program that you would use to edit text. And again, I don't know if you guys remember, but in the principles of design, we have learned that familiarity is very important. So when we are copying and pasting maybe like templates or kits in the future, you shouldn't really feel ashamed for it, or if you're copying a layout of a design just to get a general idea happen in the same pattern as people were used to doing before, does not mean that you're bad at design or does not mean that you're doing something wrong. Giving the users a familiar context makes your website even more successful, website or application obviously. When you work in a way where people are used to seeing things in specific places or in specific styles or ways, you're making it easier for them to use the application or program. Here, for example, I've seen this in so many softwares that I am able to know that this is where I choose my font. This is where the font size is, even though they did not show me anything about font size. So overall speaking, the familiarity of this program and the way that they place things and the way that they are showing us where our objects are is very effective, very simple, and very easy. Hopefully you guys got the hang of it as easily as I was able to, because this is all familiar styles, placements, and all of that. So it is very easy for us to get through and learn this application together. Anyways, we are gonna now move on to a new lesson, and we will look into learning more deeply on how to draft our projects and look through it as easily as possible. Moving on to looking at UI, UX templates and kits. What we're gonna do here is we're gonna open up File and we're gonna find the Get UI Kits option. And we have kind of very briefly discussed in the wireframes chapter on how to access UI kits, but here I would like to go in a more detailed form on how to obtain them. So let's say I'm creating an Apple application. I'm gonna press on Apple iOS here, and it is gonna open a window that gives me straight up the Apple UX template. You can scroll through here and you're gonna find a lot of details talking about things. They are gonna provide you with iOS and iPad iOS templates, which is great. You get the Mac OS templates, which are for PC, laptops, MacBook screens, and so on and so forth. And you get the Watch OS, which provides you with the Apple Watch templates. It's great if you are interested in doing Apple Watch designs, maybe Apple TV designs, and so on and so forth. It gives you a lot to work with, which is great. Let's say we want to work for a MacBook screen, a PC laptop screen. We are provided with so many options, and this is given in all of the templates. We have sketch templates, which is another software used to design such things. We have Photoshop templates, which have icons and everything that you can do through Photoshop in case you would like to edit them on Photoshop. But we also have the XD templates, which is really, really good. So usually they have the updated versions on the top and the less updated versions on the bottom. Here we have the Mac OS 10.5 version, and then here we have the 11 version, which is the most recent that they have provided. And what you're going to do here is you're going to just press on download or just press on the name itself, and it is automatically going to go to the download. So I'm going to just write Mac OS template, and I'm going to save it. Then I'm going to go straight to my downloads, and I'm going to find it there. I'm going to just decompress the file. Obviously, I have to agree with the terms that this is for application uses only, so on and so forth. If you would like to read through that, feel free to do so. And here we have the file for the templates. So here we have the design templates, and here we have the production templates. Let's look through them very quickly. We're going to open them, and obviously it's going to take just a little bit of time to load because it is a big file full of templates on what you can use on a Mac OS. It has a lot of things. And it's very interesting. These are things that you would find on a MacBook, just like the menu bar here. It's very useful. I think the templates here are major lifesavers. So we're gonna look through. So this is a cover here, and it tells you what they have, what there's happening, and this is for the 10.15 version. We're gonna look more into the smaller details. So here we have the pop-up menu screen. Usually we are able to edit those. We have the character styles here as well. Usually in the package you get the download for the font. What you're going to do is double click on it. Usually Apple fonts are given to you also in the Apple developer website, which is great. You can download it for free. What you have to do is download and save it, let it load. It's very, very collaborative. Thankfully, Apple did provide us with all of these resources that we would need in order to create things for them. And what's great about such features is that it encourages you to create applications, websites, and all of that for platforms like Apple, which is why they provide these things for free. So we're gonna let it load here, and I'm just gonna give it these couple of seconds. But overall, you get all fonts that you need right in front of you, which is great. It's very helpful, and it gives you what you need. The font has downloaded, so I'm opening it. And then I'm just gonna double click to open it. I'm just gonna continue to install it. I'll agree for the license. I'm gonna just go through with these. I'm not gonna play around with the settings just so that we don't mess up anything. You are just saving it to your laptop. Now it finished, so I'm gonna close and just gonna move it to the trash very quickly. So now the font is downloaded. Obviously you will have to download all packages as well, but for now I think we just need the SF Pro, which is the one that I have just downloaded, I think, yes. So now I have the font available. I can edit it as freely as I can. As you can see here, this whole thing is grouped, which is great. It's gonna help me with copying and pasting directly. That's perfect. But let's say I want to edit it. You don't have to edit it within this template so that you can use it in the future. So what you can do is you can have your already opened window, And what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy it and I'm going to paste it right here. And now I can work with it as flexibly as I want to. We can also just size it up to whatever we think is more helpful and just have everything be in the center. I'm just trying to make the group make sense a little. I pressed on shift and I'm resizing, and now I'm trying to have these go in the middle of the box. So I'm just going to keep double clicking until I access what I need to access here. Maybe it's the shadow. No. Okay, I'm not going to mess around with this too much. Anyways, we can move these and resize them by double clicking. Now I am clicking on this group. I'm going to also click on the apple. I'm just shift and clicking in order to move them to a more centered position in this box. You can also make them larger, but for now we're not going to mess around with it too much. So here I can just open it by double clicking, and now I'm selecting this area here, this group. I'm going to double click again, and now I'm selecting this text box. I'm going to double click again in order to select the text itself, and double click one last time in order to edit it. And here I can write, for example, anything really. Creative, no, that's too long. Okay, let's just write XD, for example. Or we can make it as long as we want. Creativity Unleashed. And what it does is it moves everything further to make the spacing as equal as possible, which is really cool. These ready-made UI kits are very interactive and very useful for us. So again, I know I might sound too excited about it, but I definitely think that it's very helpful. Obviously, you can change the text of these options as well by double clicking until you're able to edit the text and write, for example, object, and then the spacing will change according to the default spacing. And here I can just remove this. There we have it. If you'd like to create more options, you can very easily just Command C, Command V, or copy paste pretty much, Control C, Control V, and then change it to whatever you want here. So let's write, for example, guidelines. Just anything to show you guys what I mean. And the same thing goes to this side. You can play around with these, you can even remove them, but these are the default things that you would find in a MacBook when looking at the top bar here. We're gonna go back to the template, and I'm just gonna show you a quick run through on what they have. So they obviously have everything placed with name tags to tell you guys what is what, but just to give you a general idea very quickly, you can add the actions here, which are usually like the command, like the shortcuts that you would need in order to get to the list, but you can very easily remove it if you don't want that, or you can just add something on your own. Now, this is the menu bar. Here we have windows, so it's usually like some pop-ups or anything. So for example, I would open the system preferences, and this is the pop-up for me. It shows the title, which you can see here, with labels and so on and so forth. So it's very much useful. Next up, we have alerts. For example, are you sure you want to save? Well, maybe not. Maybe, for example, do you want to delete this? alerts are for more serious subjects. And then we have the Save As windows, we have the scroll windows, we have the popovers, boxes, sidebars like these. We have the outline view. These are all very, very interesting details. Like for example, these are notifications you would get on the computer on the side. And they could be used as kind of warnings or anything on the laptop that you would like to add. And then here we have the items, the buttons. Don't forget that this is the Mac PC kit, so we don't have anything for phones here. All what we have are things that we would see on the MacBook itself. And these are all default things that we would see. Especially menus, these are very important. Indicators to show time, to show loading bars, and so on and so forth. Components that shows something is loading. These are really cool. And we have cursors, we can play around with that. You see, I feel like what's really nice about Adobe XD is that it makes you do anything you want when it comes to editing a website, from the way that a mouse moves to like a menu, an alert, a notification. It's very, very nice. Obviously here we have the dark mode, and here we have some sort of extra things that we would use. For example, the window titles without the boxes. You have the scroll views here as extras, the alert icons, the popovers in different angles. This template is very flexible, which makes it very, very good for new users of Adobe XD to adapt to interface design. And we can always start with plain default kind of looking websites. And from there, we would build up to websites that are more complex and that have greater amounts of detail, which makes it very, very useful, again, like I said. Here are the touch bars for MacBook Pros. Sometimes, you would want to show how it would look like in the touch bar at the bottom, which is also nice. And these are the touch bars also as a complete bar, while these are just like elements from it. So as you can see, it really gives you so much flexibility. Let's go and look at another template here. I'm just gonna not save this. And again, just to remind you guys, you get a new template by going on File, Get UI Kits, and you choose whichever you want, or you just can go through a lot of UI kits and choose which ones you exactly want. Here, for example, you can see that this is the Android kit, which is pretty cool for anyone who wants to design for Android. We have like Amazon layouts, IBM designs, so many features, and it's very, very cool in my opinion. So let's go through here, and I'm gonna very quickly try to choose something. So we're gonna go ahead and choose this kind of sport kit and template example. I'm gonna save it to my downloads here. It's gonna save pretty quickly, don't worry about that. While waiting for things to load, you can scroll through and look for any kind of inspiration or anything that is close to what you want. Maybe a sign-up screen would also be interesting. But anyways, we're just gonna open up this template here. Usually they provide us with everything that we need either in the file itself or in a folder on its own, like Apple did. But in this case, this template is from a user from the community, just sharing something that they worked on. And here you can see that it's a kit by someone. The fonts are from Adobe fonts and should sync automatically, which is great. Just in case you can't find the font, you can get the details about it here. It's available on Adobe Typekit, and you would download it through that website. What's great about these things is that they would give you a pre-existing color palette, for example. They would give you some sample photos to work with. They would give you some elements like a button, a normal button, or a hover. Like when I hover over this, it would become darker red, maybe secondary buttons. Now, this application is designed to be some sort of sports shop application, I'm assuming. Or it could be some sort of sports news and so on and so forth. You can take that and change it into a website layout that you would like. Maybe you don't want it to be sports related, so you would take these and turn it into like another article. Maybe I would remove this, double click and remove this, and I would have this and know that I would place a picture here. So now I have kind of like an article highlight kind of segment where I don't know, old man rescues cat from falling from a tree. And then you can get your own photo, place it here, and then use it in your own website or application. And that's what's great about templates. You don't have to start from scratch, and you're given so many things. Look at this. And it just works so well for us because especially when we're in the beginner's phase, it needs a lot of adaptation, and this helps you adapt very well. Let's look at this page, for example. So this is a phone page, and here we have like the menu that stays while scrolling, which is great. And we can look at the teams here, and I don't know, just have a general idea on how, for example, you would want to put your team list in your website. And this is great because look, so here's the point where the website ends, like the phone, screen ends, which is the viewport height. And they placed the menu bar at the bottom of the viewport height so that when we play it, it's always at the bottom. It's very, very cool and very flexible, I would say. Very interesting. And again, you can scroll through the templates website and see what you're looking for exactly. And if you don't feel comfortable with taking what people are creating, what you can do is you can create your own by being inspired by it. So let's say there's the sign up screen here, right? Let's get this kit very quickly. This is the last one we will use as an example. So let's use another iPhone, or maybe let's go for Android template this time. We'll go to get the kit and we will write Google Kit. So I'm going to save that, give it some time to save, and what we're going to do here is we're going to use the template, but we will alternate according to what style we would like. So I'm going to show you very quickly how we can do that. I'm opening up the kit. We'll go for light theme. And after it loads, we're just gonna look through, right? What's very interesting about the Google format, for example, is that it provides you with the colors that Google alone uses, which is also very useful and we need to pay attention to. We will be talking about color choices very soon, but just generally speaking, we're just looking at this kind of kit here. They have master icons, which are icons that are usually looking this way and nothing different. And then we have some templates. let's say I'm very interested in using this template, but I really don't want to use their style. I want to have something unique of my own. And I really encourage you guys to do this. Don't just copy paste. Try to alternate to your own style. So what we would do is, for example, we would play around with the photo, maybe the text style, maybe the way things are presented. So I would maybe take the headline up here and have part of the picture show here, and then another part of the picture show here. You can change up things and make them look good. Like, let's say here would be part of a picture and then it would be cropped here and then the other part would be here. Or we can even take the entire white square and make it smaller. Let me just... So I'm pressing on I'm trying to get to the white square here, but it won't let me. But what I'm trying to do here is, let me delete this. Take this down here, right? And then take it backwards and have maybe kind of the text be in front of the photo, maybe in a small white rectangle, no border. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to take it backwards and have these aligned to the center maybe. There we have it. Let's just move it a bit so that it could be centered. There you have it. So we have the template, but we choose to alternate it in a way that works. And we can see here that in Androids, the shapes are not very sharp. So what we would do here is we would select the rectangle that we've created, and we would kind of make the edges less sharp and then move it around a little just so that it could be equal. And there you have it. So the templates are here to help us. We shouldn't completely depend on them, especially if we are trying to change up our creative perspective. And if we want to improve it and make it better and stronger, we are able to very easily do that by innovating on what is already existing. So we could take any template and make it look very different by adding our simple touches. So now I could just apply this to every single one here and it would look completely different from the template, from this small detail, because I chose to be a little bit innovative with it. And I completely encourage you guys to look through the templates and think with yourselves for the websites that you're trying to create, what you can do to innovate it into something that looks special and creative, but at the same time, you would keep the identity of the application. So for example, in Androids, they have a distinguished feature that is not seen on iPhones, and I think it's very important to be aware of these things. And we will talk about the design aspects very soon. But just to keep you guys on track regarding all of these things, using these templates are not bad. It's something that everyone does. Even in coding, when people are coding, they can't code from scratch. Usually they copy codes and they change them in a way that makes it special, in a way that makes it different than other codes. Same with designing UI templates, especially if it's for phones and laptops. They usually have a very distinguished style, especially for phones. And it's because phones have a specific format that they work in. And we need to adapt to them in order for us to be able to make it easy for our users to use our applications. So that's it for our UX, UI templates and kits. And now we will move on to more properties and panels in order for us to complete the drafts. So let's get to it. So we're moving on to understanding the Assets panel, which is placed on the left side of the screen right here, right next to the Tools panel. In case you guys don't have the Assets panel and it would look something like that, you can easily just access it by clicking on Document Assets, and then you are shown this kind of panel right here. And we're gonna go through what it does and how it will be useful for you guys to use while working. First of all, here we are able to manage our assets library, which is very cool. We can save our assets for future use for other projects, and it's very useful, especially if you're creating kind of a PC application and then a phone application, and then you want to kind of merge things from each. Obviously, a PC or a laptop a website will look different than a phone application. It won't have the same exact things, but you would want to keep the identity, for example, the heart icon, maybe the text, and so on and so forth. We will be talking about that very soon in this video. And here we can search for any assets that we want just to have easier access. This is directed especially towards users who have a lot of assets in their libraries, and who knows, maybe we're one of them. But in order for us to be able to find our assets as easily as possible, we will have to be neat and we will have to name our assets as soon as we create them. I'm going to explain how we can do that very soon, but it's for us to search for assets either in this document here or in all libraries, meaning in all of our projects. Here is kind of like a filter. We're able to filter what we want exactly. Maybe I just want my components, but here we have access to everything. Filtering to components only is very helpful for us as users because components are the main resource for assets, meaning we would mainly be using components while using assets. Obviously, we will be using other things too, but components has the biggest role in this panel, and it's because it's going to be preserving our icons, and I will explain this very quickly in a second. And then obviously we can choose local assets, which are assets that are only in this file and not things that are outside this file. When I press on local assets, it's because I already have components only, but I don't have anything else here, so it only showed me components. We can go back to it later after adding other things, so I can show you guys that it would show anything that's inside this file. Obviously here we can sort by name or custom order. We can order them however way we want. And this shows the listing of the assets that we have here. I prefer having it in small icons like this just so that I don't mix up too much, but this is great for clarity purposes. Now we're gonna move on to these three here and what they do. Why do we have assets? I'm gonna answer in detail in a second. Let me explain each tool's function first, and then from there we will look into why we need assets. So in colors here, I am able to kind of highlight the colors that I use within my application. So I'm gonna zoom in here very quickly, and I'm gonna say that I want this red right here So I'm selecting the box with the color red, and I'm gonna add it to my colors, and here I have the color code of the red that I'm using. Let's say I also want to use this kind of gray black. It's not completely black. If you can look at the black here, it's not very 100% black, so it's kind of different. So I will also add it to the color palette, and maybe white. Obviously it added gray because it also had selected the lines and everything here, but if I only press on the box, let me undo, which is Command Z, and I'm just gonna double click on the box and I'm gonna add it. It's gonna just add the white, but because I selected the entire box without specifying that I want this white box specifically, it led to selecting everything in the box. So there's this gray line here and this black text, which is this one already, and the red text, which is this one already. So all what they had to do is just add this line here. And this is pretty much my color palette for this application, right? Let's go for this red as well. And I'm just gonna sort them in a more organized way just so that I can understand what colors I'm using. Feel free to organize them however way you want. They are already named with their codes, which I think is very useful because we wouldn't want to name it anything else. For example, white. I mean, white is easy to rename, but let's say, for example, I would name this red. It's gonna lose its purpose because I wouldn't be able to access it later on. Obviously, when I hover on the mouse, I would see the values of it exactly, but it's easier for me, for example, when I'm doing this, and then I want to let's say I want to fill this. I wouldn't be able to hover very easily. I will need to take time, and then when I type here, while I'm hovering, it's gonna disappear and it's gonna be messy. So what I do instead is I keep them as they are and I don't rename them because it's easier. Like I can just double click, I'm gonna fill, and straight away I'll read this here and I'll type it here, like hashtag E53F23, and I got it very easily. So this is the function of colors. It's very, very good for us to determine a color palette for our application. And when we do that, we are able to have some sort of corporate identity for our own application and our visuals so that our application would stand out or be distinguished. So for example, let's say Facebook, it's blue and white, and there are some colors here and there, but this is their main color palette. Like for example, this guy here in the picture, he has different skin tone colors, shades and stuff with the shadows and the lighting, but we don't count it here because it's just a photograph. What we're mainly counting is the main elements within the home page that we are looking at. We're gonna move on to character styles here. And what character styles does is that it helps us keep in track just how in colors we keep in track what colors we use. We're able to track our character styles through character styles. So let's say here I'm just gonna double click. Now that I'm selecting the font or the text, I'm gonna press on the plus here, and directly I'm gonna get that it's Futura and it is 12 points. I can also press on this and add it, and it's Futura 22 points. Even though it's copying the font, it also is copying the color of the font. So let's say, for example, I am typing something here like hello, and I'm selecting this text here and I want it to match the layout of this font. So I'm gonna be selecting the text box and then I'm gonna just double click, and it took the same exact format. Obviously this one is all caps, so this is for you guys to be able to see that it is very accurate. And then let's say I want it to look like this font here. So I would just double click on it, and there we have it. Very easy, very effective, and personally I enjoy it. In addition, when we want to color something, an easier way to do it is to just get the eyedrop tool and just use the color from the color palette here. It makes it even easier than just opening the box and typing in the numbers and digits of every single color. It makes it easier for you, but feel free to do otherwise if you want to do something else. Anyways, so basically, let's say I'm gonna be having a lot of lists. So these two are very important for me. I can rename them as list title, and then this one as list number. And through this, I'm able to distinguish while I'm doing something somewhere else that, oh, this is the list title. Okay, I'll just do it very quickly. I don't need to look back and go like, oh wait, which font was the list title? So in this case, it is very good for us to name the layers. But feel free to not name it if you're more comfortable with that, and if you can depend on the visual aspects of it. And I mean, it would tell you the font name and the point, like the size of it. And maybe some people would find it easier to access their font types and so on in this way. So feel free to do whatever you're most comfortable with. Now we're going to move on to components, and one very good thing about components is that it helps you save any kind of icon that you deem to be important for your website. So I'm looking here and I have this fire icon, which is the first thing in the components. And I have placed it in my components because it is something that I will be using a lot in my website. So I would be using it here, but I would also be using it in a different page. For example, when someone presses on it, it would have a page that has to do with some burning calories, kind of fun fact, and so on and so forth. Plus, it would be something that you would see throughout the website or the application. So I would be maybe placing it under the calorie amount that you've burned, and then what's hot, like what's popular nowadays in the application, and so on and so forth. So if there is something that you use a lot, it is very advised for you to place it in your components, and you do that by simply, after creating your component, your icon, and so on, just press on it, and then you're just gonna add it to components. And obviously it already is in the component panel, which is why I'm having trouble adding it, but we're gonna see it right here. I have solely selected the circle, which is why it's only the circle, but I'm just showing you guys how to do it. Here it is as a whole, and then because it's already saved, it shows here, but if it wasn't, it would appear instantly here, and I would just name it straight up back button. So now I know that this is the back button, and this is something that I will be using a lot in my app, which is why it's very important to have as a component and very, very useful. You will not have to do this every time you create a new page, where you create a circle and then the arrows. And also you don't have to, if your like page is far away, you will have to go back to the old page, and sometimes you get lost, you know, and then you have to select it, double click, Command C, and then go to your other page, and then Command V, and then place it. This is a hassle. And again, Adobe XD really wants your comfort and to be as direct as possible. So as I'm working far away, I can very easily just click and drag, and it's added to the board. Very easy, very flexible, and it's perfect. So This takes us back to why do we have an assets panel? What is the use of this? If you still don't understand the usage of it, I'm just going to lay it out very directly just to make sure that we all understand why we're using such tools. Now, when you are designing for a company or for yourself or for anything really, you want to stand out in a specific visual style. And having these visual styles is what will help you stand out compared to other websites. So we could try and think of any website that doesn't really have a visual identity or a color palette or components, and we can't remember them because they weren't remarkable enough for us to remember them. I can't remember any website where it wasn't organized because it wasn't special, it didn't stand out. When I see these colors, I would directly remember this page here. Or for example, when I see red and yellow, I think of McDonald's. So having things like color palettes, fonts, specific icons, it's very, very important for us to maintain a specific identity for the company or for the branding that we are working on. Even if it's done for your own self, you would also have to have some sort of organization in order to have success and satisfaction when someone looks at your website or application. You want them to feel like this is something they can remember, not just I could just have this website here and I would just choose any red anytime I want because it doesn't really matter, right? It's slightly different, but no one will notice, right? Like, it's not that noticeable if this is slightly different than this. But what makes a design good is consistency. And when we are consistent with what our design needs, we are helping it become more memorable and more remarkable. And this is why we are learning all of these details together. I want to be helping you all achieve the most successful version of your design. We don't want to just design for the sake of learning the program, but also to understand how to design and why we're designing it. And knowing that we need to have a specific number of icons that we would be using constantly, or a specific group of colors that we could benefit from. All of these are extremely useful for us in order to achieve a very memorable and easy on the eye design. And this is why we are working on this together, and we will for sure get to understand how to use it more strongly in the designing chapter. Obviously here we are still drafting, so I'm not getting into deep detail yet on how to choose colors, how to choose fonts, and so on and so forth, because I'm leaving that for the design part. But otherwise, I think you have just learned the basics of how to maintain these things, and now we will try to understand how to create them in the upcoming chapter. But before we move on to the next chapter, we're just gonna look through the layers panel very quickly, and then we would be done with the drafting phase. So I'll see you next video. Okay, we are moving on to the final part of the drafting phase. It's very exciting because we will get to move on to the designing part, which will be bringing out so many things in all of us, whether we are designers or beginners, or even if we don't have any experience in design. I think this upcoming chapter really will bring the inner creativity in us. It will unleash our creativity, if I may. So we're gonna talk about the layers panel, and one thing to let you guys know how to navigate through the different panels is through this bar over here. So with the tools panel, you get to toggle around the layers and the libraries with the assets and all of that. So it is all very easy access and very direct as usual. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up the layers panel here so that I can explain to you guys what happens in the layer panel exactly. As you can see here, these are all different artboards. So whenever you create a new artboard, it forms a brand new layer for its own. So I'm gonna, for example, select this artboard here, which shows me that this is its entire layer. And what's interesting about layers, if you guys don't have any experience with Adobe Photoshop, Illustrator, or any kind of design program, is that it gives you a lot of flexibility. And one really cool thing about Adobe XD layers format is that it's smart. It kind of detects what you are aiming to open and look at just by clicking on it. Sometimes in programs such as Photoshop, there's the option where we have to click on the layer in order to be able to move it around. In this case here, we don't really need to do that. We can just press on anything we want and it will directly go to what they think we are trying to select. And one really cool thing about Adobe XD is as soon as you select layers, they kind of start to isolate layer by layer so that you're not confused and overwhelmed with the amount of layers like here. So basically when you are forming a full-on application or website, you will have so many artboards that it would be very overwhelming for you to like open one and have it drop down to the smaller sub-layers. So what Adobe XD did in one of their updates is that as soon as I click on something, they kind of open a new layers tab to show me the inner layers within that bigger layer. Again, I'm very quickly going to press on this just to indicate what each icon represents. And here we have, for example, the artboards icon, which is usually kind of like a paper with a folded edge. And then we're going to go ahead and click on this group here. So this is a whole group with text, with photos and all of that. And the person named this group Player Compare. When something that has many different features like photos, texts, shapes, and so on and so forth, this is its grouping icon. So this is the group of this entire layer. And when I double click on it again, this sublayer opens on its own now. You see it opened here just because we are in the sublayer. And it's easier for us to look within a group than to look within a big artboard with a lot of layers. So I'm gonna go ahead and open this artboard here. You can either double click on the layer itself, or you can just click on this any layer that you would want to open. And then I can either double click on anything that I want to select specifically within the layer, or I can choose to open it and look through which layer I wanted to choose initially. So for organization purposes, we usually name these unless it's something like a text that says 23. But let's say, for example, here we have the image of the man. It could be image 1, it could be the man, left image, stuff like that. So that the other image over here could also be distinguished as image 2. As you can see here, there are 2 layers, which might be confusing. I'm not sure why, because this is a template. But regardless, naming things to understand what they are is great. For example, here this person named it rectangle 528. Personally, when I look through the layers and I want to track something, I would rather name it as information box, R for right. And then from there, I would very easily understand that I'm selecting information box R rather than trying to do something to make sure that I am pressing on the right layer. Just to give you a quick summary on how layers look like, the line layer, when you form lines, is the same icon, same thing with the pen, the text as well. And here's the image layer, and this happens when you use a couple of things on an image to edit it, and we will get into that very soon, don't worry about it. But obviously this image is masked, it's cropped, there are rectangles, and there are a lot of things done to it, but this is what an edited image would look like. We have the rectangle, which is also the rectangle, another line, text. So they're all almost the same. And as you can see, the stuff that have groups within are usually a little bit darker colored than the ones that don't have any groups. So this is just a text box. It doesn't have any group to it. So there isn't really much to click here. So it's gray. But here we can see a darker gray because it's a grouped or edited image. And we can see here, we can remove the edits. It's probably some sort of drop shadow or anything subtle. And that's about it. In case you guys are not familiar at all with the usage of layers, I'm gonna go ahead and talk a little more about what we can do with them and how we can organize them. So let's say I have this image here that I want to go under this box, and I'm gonna go ahead and trace where this box is and write information box L for left. So now I know that this is the box that I want my photo to go under. So what I'm gonna do is, because these two are associated with the photo, I'm gonna press on the layers. So I press on the first one, and then I press on Shift on my keyboard, I keep holding it, and I select everything else that I want to move with the photo. So now they are moving together, but they are still not grouped. They are just moving together because I selected them all together. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to click and drag this under the information box left. Obviously we have this in the way as well, so I'm going to just drag it down as well. And now we can see that the information box is on top of the photo. I can resize it to show you guys. And it clearly shows that it is layered in a specific way. So layers are quite literal with their name. So as we are putting something above one another, so because I have this text on top of the image layer, it's gonna appear in front of it. But if I drag it under the image layer, it's gonna go under the image, which will not allow me to see it. So when you want to add something in front of another thing, for example, this text in front of the box is gonna be above the box, while other text, for example here, won't really matter. So you can feel free to place such layers wherever you want. For example, here we can see that these are on top of the numbers, and also they're quite misplaced. It could be like an exporting problem, but we can see the main idea about this feature. And one of the most important things, in my opinion at least, in order to maintain a successful and neat kind of work, especially when you show it to clients, when you showing it to anyone who is interested, is to be as neat as possible with it. So here this person has named every artboard, which is great. It shows what each layer is made to be. So for example, I can go like, oh, I want to find the colors of this application, and I will see the colors artboard, and I'm gonna double click on it and it will lead me to the colors. That is much easier than having to zoom out and scroll around, try to find color, and then go to color. Similarly, whenever I would create an artboard, we would name it something like home page or loading page, and so on and so forth. And with that, whenever I am away from this layer and I want to go back to it to fix something, I can very easily just look for home page and double click on it. I can also rename it by double clicking here and typing in anything like loading page. Or what I can do is I can double click here and rename it whatever I want. For example, notifications page. This makes it very easy for the user to navigate through without having to zoom out or zoom in or scroll too much, especially with big projects like this one. You would need as much guidance as possible so that you can ensure that you are getting the best result that you can achieve from it. And what is great about all of this work, what layers exactly do is it makes everything very clear to you. Let's say you close the project after working on it and you haven't opened it in a week. When you open it back again, you might find yourself lost with artboard 1, artboard 2, artboard 3, artboard 4, and you don't know which one is which. Or you would open one and all what you can see is group 1, group 2, group 3, and you don't know where is the group that you're looking for. Obviously, you can go with the hassle of like double clicking until you find the layer that you want, but it isn't as efficient as looking through the layers and going like, okay, I wanted the drawer, okay, I wanted to edit this layer here, and finding it straight away. Because sometimes you can be so far away from this layer that you would have to double click so many times. So let's say I want to get to player's history here. I will have to first click on the artboard and then double click on the text and then double click again on the text. And sometimes it could be deeper, such as, let's say, a group like this one, where you would have to first select the artboard and then double click on the text, and this is a group, so you double click again, and then now you're selecting the text and then you double click again, and now you can edit. This is too much of a hassle and you don't want to waste time just double clicking and trying to select the right file. You can just name them, make sure that they're as organized as possible, and from there you're able to achieve very efficient and quick ways of working on your project as professionally as possible. Now, we have officially looked through everything that we would need in order to draft a project, and now we're going to be moving on to the design aspects of the project. And the design aspects are very much exciting for me personally, and hopefully for you guys as well, because in the designing process we're able to understand how to be successful with our designs. We now learned how to design, or more like how to use the tools to design, but we still don't know what is the right way to approach such designs, or how I can do it. How do I make icons, or how do I make sure that they all look well? How do I choose the colors for my website, and so on and so forth. And what we're gonna do in the design phase is just talk about all of these things in order to ensure when we are prototyping and creating some sort of content that you guys are ready to create something on your own too. So this is what we're gonna be moving on with, and hopefully you guys are as excited as me to gain a greater experience with design and a bigger understanding on how to handle such aspects of UX and UI, because it isn't only about understanding users and putting boxes in front of each other, but it is also very crucial for us to be able to understand what is visually acceptable and what isn't. And this is what I would want to teach you guys in the next chapter, which is the design one. So without further ado, let's move on to the design chapter. Now we are about to start one of the most crucial parts in UX and UI design. This part, or this chapter specifically, is going to be completely dedicated to design. We want to cover together what is important and what to consider when designing anything from an app to a website. And it is very important for us to understand so many design elements in order to, like I've said before, create something that is successful and very memorable for people. We can look around at any kind of website or application that is very well known, and we can see that in almost all of them you can see some consistencies in color and designs and icons, symbols, and so on and so forth. In this chapter specifically, we're going to be talking about how to approach the icons and the symbols in a very professional way in order to make our application be as clean, as consistent as possible. So I'm going to first start talking about icons and symbols and why they are important to have in applications. When using buttons, for example, we are very likely to see text, but if we find any website that is only text-based, it's not going to be very fun for us or interesting for us, because if we only see text in our applications or websites, we are likely to feel bored and sometimes maybe even lost. That's why you would find in applications such as Instagram, Facebook, they would depend on merely icons. Icons are eye-catching. It keeps our brain active because we are able to understand what represents what. So for example, the home icon would show us the news or home feed for our application, or how the notifications is usually a bell. It is much better than just having a button that says home, notifications, and so on and so forth. And not only will it make us interested in what we're using, but it will also make it very clear, and it will give us more space to create. Let's say, for example, I have the home button and the notifications button. You can notice that the word home has 4 letters, while notifications has much more letters than home. The placement of the words will be difficult to balance between each one. So the best thing that applications would approach is to use icons instead of maybe writing the text. Or maybe sometimes they would write the text underneath the icons, and we wouldn't really notice the different sizes, the different amounts of texts, because the icons and the symbols are what stands out in the design itself. One of the most important things when we are considering the creation of icons and so on is the fact that we want it to be in a uniform visual language. And that means that if we are going to use one type of icons, then we should stick to using it, and other icons we would apply it. So let's say, for example, we use rounded icons, meaning I use an icon without any sharp edges. I should keep using such type of icons to make sure that everything aligns and all the symbols look like each other, just so that you can complete the identity of the application or program. Similarly, we would look at so many different elements in our icons and symbols, such as how it is designed. So sometimes they would be line-based, where you would only use lines to draw it, and sometimes it could be fill-based, where we fill the inside and it wouldn't just be strokes, it would be colored in. We're gonna look more into colors and the usage of those in the icons, but first I would love to start with how to approach the icons very ideally. Now, as a beginner who is listening to this course, or maybe even someone who is more advanced with more experience, I want to tell you guys that it is more than okay for us to approach such designs with references, meaning that we don't completely design it on our own, but we also use any sort of photo or anything that we could reference in order to create our icons. And I'm going to show you this very soon, but I'm just speaking very generally. You don't need to be completely original. Because keep in mind, if you guys remember in the introduction chapter, I talked to you about how things need to be familiar between users. And sometimes doing something different for your home feed icon could confuse the user. That's why you find so many applications using almost the same icon, but they would design it slightly differently. And we're gonna look into that very soon, but do not feel ashamed if you need to have a reference while you're designing, or even if you design the same exact thing that you see. But I do encourage you guys to always try to be innovative and creative when it comes to designing something for yourself. Because when you're designing, you want to stand out from other people and you don't want it to look the same throughout other applications. Otherwise, it won't be as unique as you think. Now, we're gonna start by looking for references, and for this one, I'm thinking that we could create something like a health tracking icon. So I'm gonna go on to Google here and I'm gonna write something like heartbeat icon. And as we can see here, we have so many different types of icons, and as we are looking, we are going to choose what kind of visual we want to aim to do. So for example here, this one has rounded edges, as you can see here, except for some that are sharp. Personally, I like to keep it consistent, so if I have a sharp edge, I would love to keep everything sharp and not mix rounded with sharp. So I'm gonna keep looking, and I'm thinking of doing something with sharp edges just so that we could keep it easy and simple. So I'm just gonna look around and see which one I prefer the most. If you would guys like to apply the practice that I will be giving you later on, you can start working with me right now, or you can start applying it later. As you can see here, this one's almost sharp, but we still have a bit of rounded edges. And honestly, I would prefer something outlined instead of colored inside. So I'm trying to find an outlined one that is quite sharp maybe. And as I'm looking through, I'm not seeing much, so maybe I will choose one that is rounded and then sharpen it. So maybe this one. I know that this one has rounded ends, but I will keep in mind that I want them all to be sharp like this one. So I'm just gonna save the image, take it to my desktop, and write heartbeat icon. This is one. Let's go with maybe steps icon. Now here you can see a lot of different steps, and this one could also apply to stairs, so maybe steps number icon. This one is not very easy to find, but we could say steps health icon maybe. There we go. This one's a pretty good one. It also has rounded edges, so maybe we'll end up using rounded edges, but I think this one is good for steps, so I'm just gonna save it as well, right, and name it as steps. Maybe we could also do cycling. And as you can see here, a lot of cycling ones. So we would look back at the icons that we've created. I'll go to my desktop, and I'm gonna notice what they have in common and try to find it here. So they're not very black, they're not very filled, so I'm gonna try to find something that is simplistic because they're both very simplistic. And I'm gonna try choosing something here that would help me with the simplicity, but at the same time we don't want it to be too abstract. Maybe I'll just use the bicycle. Don't worry about the watermark or any of that. Cycling. We will get to that very soon. And now we have 3 icons that we're going to be using as references. So what I'm going to do here now is I'm going to open XD, and I'm gonna just approach any kind of artboard for now to show you guys, but you guys can go ahead and choose whichever artboard that you guys want to design for. It could be a website or a phone application. Now what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna name this for icons, maybe icon designs. Oh, sorry, I misspelled it. Designs. And from here, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna dedicate this artboard specifically only for icon design. So I can create more later, and it could be for different things such as the home page and so on and so forth. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna import them, and you can very easily do that by just clicking and dragging them onto the artboard. Or you could go on File and open anything that you want, or you can even import it. What I'm going to do now is I'm going to resize them according to the size that I desire to design them in. And also I'm resizing them without stretching by pressing on the edges, so don't worry, it won't affect the sizing. You don't need to press on the Shift button. And here's my final one. And now we start designing. First of all, I want them all to be the same size. So I'm going to go ahead and size them in a way where they all fit within each other's kind of frame of sizing. And as you can see here, the shoe should be around the edge of the heart so that it's the same size. Now they're of similar size. And then we have the bicycle. I'm just gonna do it under the shoe so that it's easy. And as you can see, this is the most accurate sizing between each other. Sometimes we can also depend on what we see with our eyes. I'm gonna make them a bit smaller because the icons are gonna be used in a smaller manner. And you can see that the shoe might appear a bit larger than the other two, so I'm gonna scale it down a bit. And now we can see that they're all almost identical in size and dimensions. So what I'm gonna do now is I'm just gonna start designing it by using my reference. I'm gonna first start with the heart because it's the easiest. And what we're gonna do here is we're gonna get the pen tool, and we're gonna start by outlining the concept that we want to do out of this. So I really don't want to curve the line, so maybe I'm gonna start by doing it here. And then I'm gonna start curving it because the heart is curvy. It's not our choice to curve it or not. And then we can very much fix this very easily. Don't worry about it being a bit off of the symbol. And then I'm just gonna place this here for now. We're gonna fix this also very soon. I'm gonna press on Escape. And now we have this, but now I want to fix a couple of things about it. So what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna just select this part and try to align it as properly as I could without messing too much with the dimensions. There we go. Initially, it might be a bit hard to manage, but eventually we will get the hang of using it in an effective way. There we go. And then we want to fix this part here by just dragging it and then smoothing it from this side. Let's just look into here. And there you have it. So now we have the heart shape. It might be a bit rigid because we're doing it quite quickly, but let me try to smoothen it. Then this part here. And this one as well. So now when I move it away, it's more fixed. This one still needs a bit of fixing. So you see, the design concept of a symbol might be a bit time consuming, which is more than okay. We just need to accept what we the fact that it would be consuming our time for a bit. And it's because as we're using a reference, sometimes it could be out of our hands to really have flexibility with design, especially since Adobe XD is not very much dedicated to designing specifically, but it is more involved with the UI and UX process. So sometimes it could be easier for us to just directly use Adobe Illustrator, for example, just so that we could have more flexibility with the design aspects. But sometimes we don't really have access to Adobe Illustrator or any kind of Adobe program, and I would love to make this as accessible as possible for anyone who is interested in the design aspects of it. It could mean that sometimes we wouldn't be able to have complete access to specific things, but that doesn't mean that we're unable to have the amount of flexibility that we desire. Now, we're just trying to work with what we have here and move the symbols in a way that is flexible for us to use. And as we're trying to fix these reference points, we need to make sure that we're patient enough for it, because sometimes you could press on something that isn't ideal for you to press on, and you'd find yourself really confused on what to do next. But if you find yourself doing that, don't worry, don't panic. You're gonna figure it out. You just need to toggle around with the tools and understand what you can do. And then you're gonna find yourself realizing that it isn't as bad as you think. So we're just gonna go for a basic idea here. It's not too bad. This part is a bit rigid, but it's okay. And what I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna continue on the pen that I have started, by adding one more path here. and then I press on escape, and now everything is sharp. Like I told you guys, my visual language is a sharp edged kind of object, so I'm trying not to make it round, but in case you guys want to make it round, feel free to do so. So now we have the heart part done. I'm gonna just fix this part a bit because it looks more rigid than the other side. There you go. And now I'm gonna put this back here, and we're gonna do the heartbeats. Also very easy. What we're gonna do is just follow the heartbeats. Because I want it to be sharp edged, I'm not gonna go in a very rounded way, and you're gonna see what I mean. I'm just gonna press on the edges, and as you can see, it sharpens as you go further, which is really cool. And here is the last line. I'm gonna press on escape, ESC, and here we have our first icon. Now, yes, it still doesn't look as polished, and it is more than okay. This is being designed right now for the sake of showing you how to use these tools in order to create icons. But if you want it to be more polished and 100% clean and neat, you do need to take more time on working on it. And I'm gonna thicken the stroke here to maybe 4. No, this is too much. Maybe 2. And here we have a more accurate representation of what I'm trying to do. And obviously I'm just gonna very quickly fix parts like this just by getting the pen tool and moving it to the edge. Now it is sharp edged. And this is it for our first icon. Now we want to match this icon to this one over here. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna keep it sharp edged. Now obviously if you want something to be round edged, what you would do is kind of circle around it, and then you have a rounded edge. But because I want to follow this kind of visual language, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna make it as sharp as possible, so I will just be doing normal lines. So here's my first line, here's my second line, here is my third line. Here's where we will actually need to curve, and this doesn't have to do with the edge, it's just the shape of the shoe. So I'm just gonna go ahead and curve it over here, and then I'm just trying to straighten it, but we can fix that in a second. And then just gonna go up here and finally close it up from here. Now we have this kind of round situation, so what I would do is I would select this and backspace, and same thing for this side. I will select this part and backspace, and it is completely straight. I'm gonna see if there's any roundness here. Not really. There we go. And as we can see, it is completely sharp. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna be adding the shoe laces kind of area. And as we can see here, in the heart symbol, we decided to make the heartbeats and the heart edges not touch. So we will have to do the same language here. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna add the 2 lines, but I will not make them overlap with anything else. So gonna give them space. Oh, this one's not okay. So now we have this icon ready over here. Let me just try to move it. I'm gonna move steps. And as we can see, it's a bit confusing, but we can work with it. First of all, we want to make the size of the stroke more bold. And here, because they're straight, they might be confusing for the user because they don't look very aesthetically correct. So what we can do instead is maybe tilt them a little. Maybe we can play around with where they are. They could be shoe patterns, for example, instead of the shoelaces. So what we would do is add them over here. Just like this. Select and make it a bit smaller. This is not working very much. Maybe instead we can have them as an effect of someone who's walking. It could be the step counter, but I still think that they shouldn't go too far from here. It could be that the problem is in the distance between these two, so I will play around with that and see how this will look like now. It's definitely more improved, and we'll stop here because it's not really a serious draft yet. But now what I want to consider is the spacing. So here we have too much spacing, but here we have less spacing. So what I'm going to do is either increase the spacing here or decrease it here. And I think it would be better if we decrease it here because I don't think it would be successful to increase it with the shoes. So I'm going to very quickly just drag them closer just to ensure that the spacing is consistent. Consistency is very important, guys. But let's say, for example, here it's not very close. We can fix it by making it closer. It could work, but personally, I think there are exceptions sometimes, and I think this might be a good exception. Another thing or another technique that you can use in order to kind of avoid having different spacings is that you can complete it. You can draw it as a complete heart. Let me just move this very quickly. And this technique that I'm about to show you guys is the technique that I use the most. And I think it's the most effective, honestly. But let me just try to figure this out because it doesn't look very clean. We can figure it out later on because I don't want to spend too much time concentrated on this. But we would bring this to the front and then we would add a sort of stroke to it. Now this is already a stroke, so it's going to be difficult to do that. But what you would do is, let me try the other example. So we could get this one here and we could fill it up. And because this is a stroke, what we would do is we would Command C, Command V, and then make a slightly smaller version of it, but this time it's going to be with a white border. And obviously I'm going to send it to the back. And I'm going to also send these two to the back. So as you can see, the white borders of the original brown ones are acting as a separator. And this would help you with kind of choosing how far you want it to go beyond the object. I'm just going to go ahead and undo everything that I did here, just so we don't lose any progress. But you see what I mean? And now we're going to move on to creating a bicycle. Now this one is not very line-based. These two were line-based and we could do them using the lines or the pen tool. Preferably the pen tool because we have some roundness in the edges, not the edges, but within the shapes. But here we are able to use shapes such as circles. So it is very difficult with the pen tool to create a perfect circle. You have to be accurate and go through with it, and sometimes it could be rigid, maybe not very accurate. It's very difficult. So what you would do is you would get the circle shape, and I'm going to press on Shift and start creating my circle. I'm estimating the size currently. I don't want it to have a fill, so I can see what's going on around the shape, and just really play around with the sizing until you're very satisfied. So now we're noticing that the bicycle here is not a perfect circle in the PNG that we chose, which is completely fine. We can just keep moving it a little until we're satisfied. Maybe this is the best we can get to. And then I'm gonna go ahead and press on Option on my keyboard, and while doing that I'm gonna click and drag, and here I have my second wheel, and I will remove the clicking on the mouse, and then I will remove my hand from the Option key. Now we have two beautiful wheels, and we want to create the rest. Now, like I told you guys, nothing in my visual language that I chose really touches. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna create everything without them touching the wheels or any object really. And I'm gonna do it very quickly. Escape, and then pen tool again. Here's the seat. Escape, P, escape, P, escape, and one last time I'm going to use the P, and escape. Now we have a very general outline of the bicycle. Let me try to select it. Now this is where we get innovative, right? We went from this to this, which really aligns with the other two icons that we have created, which is great. So I'm gonna take this down a bit, and I'm gonna get rid of this since we're done with it. But as you guys can see, maybe we can remove this, and instead I'm gonna press on Option and drag again, and just place this thing here, maybe, so that things could be aligned very well. Maybe even I will take this up to indicate that these are the handles and not the seat. And we have created our own visual language by using small elements. Now, we can tell that these two kind of line up, but this one is a bit too far from them. And it's because we use a lot of lines here compared to these two. But when you use a collective number of icons, you will notice a pattern between all of them, and they will fit right into each other's categories. And in this way, we are able to create very simple icons. We can get from a complete bicycle picture to our own twist according to what we want to do, compared to our designs added up together. This is very important for us to understand and kind of grasp, because the creation of these things are the most crucial parts of designing your own interface. You need to choose how you want your object or company to be viewed, and this I think is very important to show that you know what you're doing. And at this point, I'm just trying to maybe find a slight solution for the bicycle's visual language. Maybe playing around with these details would help. But at the end of the day, this is my version of how I think it would be successful. That doesn't mean that you shouldn't you should stop yourself at this point. Maybe instead of me, you want to do something that's filled in, and then from there you can kind of add up. So I'm gonna go ahead and maybe try a filled in version very quickly just to show you guys how it might look like. So when creating a heart, you would want to have two kind of balls next to each other, and then maybe we could do a triangle for the edge. See, and then I'm just gonna give it a spin and resize it in a way where it could cover the heart's edges, and slowly we can build up on this. Obviously, these will also take time. Just because you would choose something to be colored or filled in doesn't mean that it is going to necessarily be more flexible, but you do have several options with filled in, definitely. I'm going to go ahead and also fill this part in just to make sure that everything is filled. The colors are a bit off, so let's just give them all the color black for now, because we don't want to get too complicated with colors just yet. And as you can see here, all what I'm doing is double clicking on the shape so that I can access the vectors for it, just to make sure that I'm doing it well. What I can also do is kind of expand it. Maybe that will make it look like a more realistic heart, I would say. And just go with what feels the best or the most appropriate. I'm gonna make it a flexible circle here, and I'm gonna stretch them. And here we have a heart. I mean, it's not very mirrored, but we can do that. We can fix that by maybe just placing a line here and making sure that everything is in the same side. So as you can see here, everything is a bit it's going towards the left side, so I would just click and drag, and now it is much more symmetrical and centered. Maybe I will take this a bit lower here. And here I have a heart, right? So maybe some of you would prefer doing this, and then maybe I'm just gonna copy and paste this. I'm gonna press on Option and drag, and then bring it to the, oh, sorry. So pressing on Option, clicking and dragging, and then I'm gonna bring it to the front, change the border color to white, and as you can see here, it has become kind of like inverted, like I have something colored in, and then the white here is kind of taking it out of the icon, and I think this actually looks really nice. So what we would do first is we would grab all of these here, and we would turn them into one shape by pressing on this option here, and now it's one shape. I forgot to press on the middle one, so I'm gonna also select it and do the same. And then what we would do is we would select the heartbeats one here, and we would select on this, oh sorry, this, wait, oh, because there are several different shapes, it's very hard to really remove the white part. So what we would do is we would simply select it, right click and group. And now we have the heart group. And this is a very important thing that I'm going to be discussing with you very quickly in a second. But now that we have the heart group, first of all, we have the icon designs frame here. we can press on the heart group, and through the heart group we can open the folder. We have the path, which is the line, and then the union, the thing that we did here in order to create one shape. And under the union we have union 1, which was the 2 circles and the triangle, as well as the small square that I did here. For more neatness, if you would prefer, beats, and then heart. And then we could go into the subgroup and name this just extra square. And then under this one, it would be heart shapes. So this would be the triangle. And these two would be circles. So this is circle R for right, and then circle L for left. And as we're going through with the design, we're able to know what we want to edit very quickly. And like I was gonna say, it's very important as soon as we create an icon to group it, because currently, because I didn't group this, I could just click and drag, and I completely forgot that I didn't group it, and now everything is dislocated. In order for us to avoid having to select it all and move it, we really should focus on grouping it. And that happens by selecting everything. If you can't do it by mouse because you have maybe backgrounds interfering and stuff, what you can do is manually select, or you can select it through the list here. And from there, I'm making sure that I selected everything. I just pressed on the first object that I made and pressed on Shift on my keyboard and pressed on the last object that I made on the screen. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to right click and group, or as you can see here, it could be Command G or Control G for PC users. And now I have the bicycle group. I can name it as bicycle. And then I would open it here and maybe name the subparts if I want to. If not, if you think it's not very necessary, you can skip it, but I think it's very important for neatness. So this would be kind of the center line. If we don't know names, we can just improvise. Wheel line L for left, and then wheel line R for right. You can see what you're selecting when this box here goes through it. So maybe this one is upper center, and this is seat, maybe seat support. And then we have the seat itself. And then we have pedal, and then this is wheel R for right, and this is wheel L for left. Now it is much more clear to you when you want to look through your groups and you want to select one specific thing. I want to select the seat. There it is. Easy. Obviously, we can keep going with more icons and creating the way that we want. I'm going to very quickly just copy this and show you the filled in version, how it would look like. Let's go for black again. And then I could very easily just also copy these. I Command C, Command V this time. And I could just make this white, and there you go. These are very easy visual languages, so if you don't want to explore too much yet and you want to focus on the design aspect, as in developing your design skills when it comes to designing the icons, I very much advise you to start with colored in icons, because it's very easy to manage and it isn't very hard to build a visual language on, but make sure that you still apply it to your edges. So these ones are still sharp edged. If I want to do round edged ones, I can very easily do so. And you can go ahead and explore however much you want to explore when it comes to the creation of such icons. And if you are already exploring as I'm explaining it, feel free to share it with us and show us what you are doing so far in order for us to see how much we are going to be improving throughout the course. If you would like, you can start now by creating an icon, and then later on you can create another one and see how much you've developed through this design chapter. Now, this has been one of the main and most crucial parts of the design chapter, and it might have been or felt a bit more intense or longer compared to other kind of chapters or videos, but it's very crucial for us to understand how we approach the design of symbols and icons, especially because it's very crucial for us to be able to show our identity very easily and very directly. And I hope that this has been a very insightful part of design. And now we're going to move on to even more detailed and more exciting elements when designing your special UI platform.
Hi again! Congratulations on completing this free 5-hour Adobe XD Essentials course. It's a pretty great achievement and I hope that you have enjoyed it. You are now ready to get started on creating some awesome stuff. If you would like to uncover all the hidden tricks and know more tips on working with Adobe XD, click the link in the description box below. The Beginner to Advanced course consists of many more hours of exercises and demos, which will turn you into a pro in no time. You will be able to learn more about designing and prototyping, as well as apply your knowledge together with the instructor on many cool projects. If this sounds like something you want, go check it out. Thanks for watching and see you soon.